Chapter 176. The king of Yan, Jiang Zhengyi, and the martial king Hall Master changed their expressions as well. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to rush down, Jiang Zhengyi pulled him back and whispered, "Don't be rash. Although Ma Cheng is petty, he won't do anything that will ruin the overall situation." The king of Yan nodded. "That's right. He might have a better plan. Let's take 2 steps back and not let Zuan notice us." The 3 powerhouses and Shizheng retreated and held their breaths, waiting for Ma Cheng's attack. Qin Feiyang and Fatso lay in the bushes, glaring at Ma Cheng. "Boss, do you believe him?" Fatso asked softly. Qin Feiyang did not reply. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's and was aggressive. Below. The Black Bear King was the first to get up and looked at Ma Cheng in horror. This was an expert. He was no weaker than the person in the cave. The moment Ma Cheng landed, a black figure darted out of the cave. It was a sinister-looking old man in a black robe. His eyes were sunken and emitted a sinister green light. That's right. He was Zuan. Zuan's pupils constricted when he saw Ma Cheng. He said in shock and anger, "How did you find this place?" Ma Cheng sneered, "It's all thanks to Jiang Haoyan." Qin Feiyang, who was lying on the mountaintop, shuddered violently. He turned to look at Theta Wang and the others and said coldly, "Is this his plan? Can't you see that he has no intention of saving Feng Cheng and the Black Bear King?" The 3 of them frowned as well. At the same time, when he heard Jiang Haoyan's name, Zuan's sinister eyes shone with a cold glint. "It's that little bastard again. Where is he?" "He's up there." Ma Cheng pointed to the mountaintop. "Ma Cheng, you've gone too far." The martial king Hall Master shouted angrily and turned into a streak of light, diving towards Zuan. The king of Yan and Jiang Zhengyi exchanged glances and darted towards Zuan as well. They planned to capture the leader first. As long as they could capture Zuan, Feng Cheng and the Black Bear King would not be in danger. At the same time, the Black Bear King also ran towards Ma Cheng. It knew what was going on when it heard Jiang Haoyan's name. However, Zuan was even faster. When he saw that Theta Wang and the Black Bear King was also here, he caught up to the Black Bear King's tea in a single step. The old hand reached out and grabbed the Black Bear King's thigh. His 5 fingers were like steel needles, instantly sinking into the Black Bear King's flesh. He forcefully lifted it. The Black Bear King roared and its huge body fell down, creating a deep crater in the ground. Watching this scene, Qin Feiyang bared his teeth and cracked his eyes. His body was shivering. Originally, the Black Bear King was not far from Ma Cheng. Ma Cheng could save the Black Bear King before Zuan did. He did not help Black Bear did not help the help bear help. Qin Feiyang's heart was filled with hatred. "If it dares to take another step closer, I will crush its head." At this moment, Zuan stepped on the Black Bear King's head and looked at Theta Wang and the Black Bear King with a sinister smile. "Lin Chen, bring that old thing out as well." He shouted coldly again without turning his head. Almost at the next moment, Lin Chen dragged an old man with disheveled hair out of the cave. It was Feng Cheng. But at this moment, he was covered in wounds and unconscious. Lin Chen was still quite nervous when he saw the 4 giants. He hid behind Zuan and did not dare to raise his head. Seeing this, King Yan and the other 2 frowned. They changed their direction and landed beside Ma Cheng. Jiang Zhengyi sighed. "Ma Cheng, you shouldn't have done this." "Shouldn't have?" Ma Cheng was so angry that he laughed. "Then I'd like to ask you, why should I listen to the arrangements of a young boy?" The martial king Hall Master said angrily, "Don't you know that you have to look at the big picture?" Ma Cheng said disdainfully, "The big picture? It's ridiculous. With the 4 of us here, how can he escape?" "All right, since things have come to this, let's not talk about it anymore." King Yan shouted and looked at Lin Chen gloomily. He said coldly, as a disciple of the Lin family and a core disciple of the Danwang Hall, how can you be in cahoots with the devil's one? Are you letting down everyone who has trained you? Lin Chen's face turned pale. Zuan grinned. With me here, don't be afraid of them. Stick out your chest. Sooner or later, you will trample them under your feet. Lin Chen's body trembled slightly. The nervousness in his heart suddenly disappeared. He held his head high and looked directly at the four with a sneer on his face. Jiang Zhengyi shouted, Zuan, I advise you to turn back and be saved. Don't be obsessed. Hee, you said the same thing in Yen City back then. But after so many years, I'm still alive and well. I'm not interested in you now. Zuan grinned and looked up at the top of the mountain. He said with a sinister smile, Jiang Haotian, if you don't want them to die, get down here now. Fatso's eyes trembled. He asked, Boss, what should we do? Qin Feiyang did not hesitate. He stood up and looked at Zuan, little bastard, you're good. I was fooled by you last time at the Eagle Claw Peak. I was hiding here and you found me again. I can't help but wonder if I owed you something in my previous life. Zuan frowned. This kid was simply his nemesis. Qin Feiyang jumped a few times and landed in the canyon. Fatso followed closely behind him. There would be a fierce battle later. He would only be safe if he stayed by Qin Feiyang's side. Elder Shi also followed beside him. Qin Feiyang did not say a word. He walked step by step towards Zuan Ma Cheng, who was at the side, pursed his lips and sneered. Silly boy, didn't I ask you to never come back? Why are you so disobedient? The Black Bear King's angry voice resounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked into the Black Bear King's eyes. He smiled and said, You've saved my life a few times. How can I stand by and do nothing? Sigh, you're so silly. The Black Bear King sighed. Fortune favors fools. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked down at Zuan. He said, I don't want to talk nonsense. Let them go and I'll go with you. No. The Martial Lord Hall Master immediately shouted. Qin Feiyang said, This is my personal matter. Please don't interfere. Zuan looked at Qin Feiyang with flickering eyes. There's nothing to think about. I'm more valuable than them. I can help you refine the supreme grade blood spirit pill. I believe it won't be long before you step into the 9-star combat emperor realm or even higher. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. King Yan and the others frowned. Zuan glanced at the four overlords and said, That's a good idea. But aren't you afraid of being hunted down by them? Hunted down? I'll tell you the truth. I've made a plan. If you follow it step by step, you'll definitely die today. But some old bastard wants to take revenge on me. Do you think I still need to be afraid? I hate them more than you do now. I can follow you. If you don't mind, we can join hands. You have the strength and I have the brains. We can turn the county of Yen upside down. Qin Feiyang said coldly. The Martial Lord Hall Master's heart sank. The situation had become serious. Ma Cheng was not angry. Instead, the sneer on his face became thicker. Because if Qin Feiyang really reached an agreement with Zuan, he would have every reason to kill Qin Feiyang in front of the Martial Lord Hall Master. Zuan looked at Ma Cheng thoughtfully, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Are you that confident? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, At least, I'm stronger than that trash Lin Chen. Lin Chen clenched his fists and his eyes were gloomy. Zuan said with a smile, Compared to Lin Chen, you're indeed much stronger. Ha, suddenly. Zuan laughed out loud. Little bastard, do you think I don't know what you're planning? You'll definitely hide after I release them. At that time, those 4 old dogs can attack me without any scruples. Zuan looked at him mockingly. Qin Feiyang's heart shuddered. This old fox was not easy to fool. Little bastard, do you know? I hate you so much that I can't wait to drink your blood and eat your flesh. But after thinking about it, I changed my mind. It's too easy for you to kill you directly. I'll torture you and make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead. I'll completely destroy you mentally. You want them very much. Alright, I'll give them to you. Anyway, they're no longer of any value. Zuan kicked the Black Bear King's head, and that huge body smashed towards Qin Feiyang with the sound of wind and thunder. At the same time, the Black Bear King let out a blood-curdling scream. The Martial Lord Hall Master waved his hand, caught the Black Bear King, and placed him on the ground. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked over, only to see that the Black Bear King's head had already split open, and blood was gushing out. Senior Bear King. He roared, squatted in front of the Black Bear King, took out a large pile of healing pills, and stuffed them into the Black Bear King's mouth. Zuan laughed sinisterly and picked up Feng Cheng. Streams of battle chi madly rushed towards Feng Cheng's heart. Ah, the excruciating pain woke Feng Cheng up. Qin Feiyang raised his head abruptly, his eyes widening in anger as he rushed towards Zuan without caring about his own safety. Jiang Haotian, calm down. Shi Zheng hurriedly hugged him and advised anxiously. Pain. Sorrow. TSK, this is just the beginning. The more painful things are yet to come. One day, you'll regret provoking me. You'll kneel in front of me like a dog and beg me to spare you. Ha! Zuan laughed maniacally and threw Feng Cheng in front of Qin Feiyang as if he was throwing rubbish. Following closely, he grabbed Lin Chen and charged into the sky without even looking back. Where do you think you're going? The King of Yen and Jiang Zhengyi shouted angrily at the same time, carrying a monstrous aura as they chased after him. Watch him. The Martial Lord Hall Master instructed Shi Zheng, glanced at Ma Chen gloomily, and quickly chased after him. Humph. Chapter 177. However, Qin Feiyang was completely unaware of their departure. Elder Feng, Senior Bear King, you won't die. He grabbed the highest grade healing pills and stuffed them into the Black Bear King and Feng Cheng's mouths one by one. It was as if as long as they took enough pills, they would be able to live. Fatso watched from the side and was about to get angry. The Bear King's head was broken. Feng Cheng's heart was broken. It was obvious that there was no hope. He wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know how to say it. Shi Zheng also lowered his head in silence. He didn't expect that this seemingly strong young man would have such a weak side. Suddenly, Feng Cheng stretched out his old hand and grabbed Qin Feiyang's wrist, laughing intermittently. Brat, I didn't expect to see you again before I die. As he spoke, he vomited blood. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, Elder Feng, don't talk. If you don't say it now, you won't have the chance. Brat, promise me a request. Ling Er's parents died early. Since we were young, we relied on each other for survival. The one I can't let go of the most is her. When I die, help me take care of her, okay? Feng Cheng looked at him pleadingly. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded, suppressing the emotions in his heart. He turned to look at Shi Zheng and smiled. Elder Shi, can you leave me for a while? I have something to say to Elder Feng. Okay. Shi Zheng turned and walked outside. Qin Feiyang turned back to look at Feng Cheng, only to find that Feng Cheng had already closed his eyes. His heartbeat and breathing had also stopped. He originally wanted to tell Feng Cheng his true identity, but now there was no chance. I also have something to ask of you. At this time, the Black Bear King's voice entered his mind. Senior, no matter what it is, I promise. Qin Feiyang raised his head and nodded with a forced smile on his face. Do you see that mound? My child is buried there. I hope you can bury me next to it. Let me continue. To protect it, Zuan didn't find the treasure vault. You can take everything in there as well. As the Black Bear King spoke, 2 drops of blood flowed down from the corners of his eyes. It was filled with endless sorrow. After saying this, its aura of life also stopped. Boom! Qin Feiyang was like a bolt from the blue. The black bear cub is dead? It turned out that the mound was its grave. It had only been a few months, so why did it become like this? Why, suddenly? He raised his head and roared. Meanwhile. Rumble. Crack. In the distance, a series of loud noises came, shaking the heavens and the earth. Terrifying shockwaves from the battle spread rapidly. They're fighting. Fatso and Shizheng looked at the sky in surprise. But Qin Feiyang didn't look at him, looking indifferent. He got up and walked to the side of the mound. True qi gushed out from the soles of his feet, and with a boom, a deep pit suddenly appeared. After burying the black bear queen, he bowed deeply 3 times before the grave. There weren't any bold words. Everything seemed plain and simple. After that, he walked into the cave alone and saw many corpses. It was too horrible to look at. But there was no change in his expression. He entered the treasury, took everything, and left the cave. He carried Elder Feng's body and walked out of the canyon. Shizheng hurriedly asked, Jiang Haotian, where are you going? Qin Feiyang said, Black Bear City. Fatso chased after him and asked, Boss, don't you want to see what happened to Zhuan? Not interested. Qin Feiyang whispered. He looked up at the sky, and 2 rays of light shot out, because he won't die. Won't die. Fatso and Shizheng looked at each other, with a trace of surprise in their eyes. For giants working together, how could they not be able to deal with Zhuan? Qin Feiyang explained and left the canyon silently. Black Bear City. Isn't he Jiang Haotian? I heard he went to Yen City, why did he suddenly come back? Look, isn't the person he's carrying the pill hall's Elder Feng? That's right, it's him. I heard that he was kidnapped by Zhuan a few months ago, why is he dead now? As soon as Qin Feiyang entered Black Bear City, the people on the streets surrounded him. But with Shizheng around, no one could get close. Qin Feiyang went straight to the pill hall, but he did not go in. He stood outside the door. After a while, 2 familiar figures entered his line of sight. They were Luo Xiong and Elder Mo. What's going on? Jiang Haotian, how did Elder Feng die? The 2 hurriedly ran to Qin Feiyang and asked with a sad face. Qin Feiyang did not explain. After passing Elder Feng to Luo Xiong, he said, Seniors, please bury him. Okay. The 2 nodded. They had a lot of questions to ask. But Qin Feiyang did not give them the chance to ask. He took out a jade box and stuffed it into Elder Mo's hand. After saying goodbye, he left with Shizheng and Fatso. Elder Mo opened the jade box and his eyes trembled. There were 4 supreme-grade red fire-glazed elixirs inside. The elixir patterns were dazzling. Where's Brother Jiang? Where is he? Not long after, Jiang Wei hurriedly ran over and asked Luo Xiong and Elder Mo, he's gone. Luo Xiong sighed deeply and left with Elder Mo. The 2 of them looked very lonely. They had heard about the situation in Yen City. If it wasn't for those people from the Danwang Hall, how would it end up like this? Outside the city, Qin Feiyang followed a small path and entered a forest. He took out 3 illusory form elixirs. He took one and gave the other 2 to Fatso and Shizheng. The 2 of them looked at each other and took the elixirs suspiciously. Fatso was puzzled. Boss, is there a need to change your appearance now? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, you can't let your guard down. After changing your appearance, go to Black Bear City and wait for me. I want to go somewhere. Shizheng raised his eyebrows and said, no, I can't let you leave alone. I'm just going to a small village. I'll be fine. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he gave Fatso a look. Fatso understood and pounced on Shizheng, hugging him tightly. At the same time, Qin Feiyang turned and quickly disappeared into the forest, disappearing from Shizheng's sight. Shizheng was shocked and said angrily, Fatso, what are you doing? Let go of me. Unless you kill Fat Lord. Fatso refused to let go and sighed, Elder Sure, Fat Lord knows that you are concerned about Jiang Laoda, but I am more concerned about his safety than you are. Don't worry, he will be fine. Shizheng frowned and said in a deep voice, if anything happens to him, will you be responsible? If I'm responsible, I'll be responsible. Let's go to Spring Breeze restaurant to drink and get drunk. After Fatso consumed the illusory form elixir, he dragged Shizheng towards Black Bear City. In front of a fast-flowing river. Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at the forest behind him. Seeing that Shizheng did not chase after him, he finally let out a long sigh. The place he was going to now was Iron Ox Town. So, he definitely could not let Shizheng follow him. The current him was no longer the same as before. In less than half a day, they arrived at Iron Ox Town. Entering the town with an unfamiliar face would definitely arouse suspicion. After all, Iron Ox Town was not big and there were not many people. Everyone knew each other. I say, young man, where did you come from? What business do you have in our Iron Ox Town? A few old men who were playing chess under a big tree stopped Qin Feiyang and asked curiously. Qin Feiyang just smiled at them and walked past them. What a strange kid. The old men shook their heads and did not pay much attention to him. Lin family. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the gate, looked at the two servants, and said indifferently, take me to see Lin Chang. Who are you? Is the patriarch someone you can see whenever you want? Tell me your name. The two servants shouted coldly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly and directly rushed in. How dare you? Coming to my Lin family to behave atrociously, see if I don't break your dog legs. The two servants were full of hostility, waving their fists and punching towards Qin Feiyang. Humph. Qin Feiyang snorted and turned around to slap them. Slap. The two servants were slapped away on the spot, a bright red palm print quickly appeared on their faces, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. If you dare to block my way again, I'll kill you. After coldly leaving behind these words, Qin Feiyang strode into the Lin clan. He was no stranger to the Lin family. He walked to the meeting hall with ease. The servants he met along the way were a little confused. Who was this master? After passing through a garden, he found Lin Chang sitting alone in a pavilion, drinking wine. His clothes were disheveled, his hair was disheveled, and his face was dirty. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. Qin Feiyang walked behind the two servants and asked, what's wrong with Lin Chang? Sigh, it's all because of Mississippi. Ever since Miss went to Yen City, the patriarch has been like this, drinking all day and doing nothing. If this goes on, the Lin family will decline sooner or later. The two servants sighed. After that, they found that something was wrong. They turned to Qin Feiyang and scolded, who are you? What are you doing in our Lin family? I'm here to find your patriarch. Qin Feiyang said lightly and strode toward the pavilion. The two servants looked at each other and hurriedly chased after him. With Qin Feiyang's current speed, how could the two servants catch up with him? He walked into the pavilion. Immediately, the smell of wine and stench mixed together, forming a stench that assailed his nose. He frowned, looked at the drunk Lin Chang, and shook his head. I didn't expect you to become like this in less than a year. Who are you? Are you here to drink with me? Lin Chang stood up drunkenly and staggered toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and stood aside. With a bang, Lin Chang lost his balance and fell to the ground. The two servants ran over and hurriedly helped him up. Smelling the stench, disgust filled the faces of the two men. Qin Feiyang shook his head. As the patriarch of the Lin family, you even began to hate the servants. How can you be such a failure? I don't need your help. Get out of my way. Chapter 178. Get out. Qin Feiyang snorted, looked at the two maids, and asked, where is the pond? One of the maids said, there is one in the backyard. Why are you looking for the pond? Take me there. Qin Feiyang stretched out his big hand and picked Lin Chang up as if he was picking up a chick. The two maids were hesitant, because they guessed what Qin Feiyang wanted to do. Qin Feiyang shouted, "If you don't want to die, lead the way quickly." The two maids shuddered and quickly ran to the backyard. Dong! In front of the pond, Qin Feiyang directly threw Lin Chang in without saying a word. Help! At that moment, in the water, Lin Chang began to struggle madly. He kept calling for help. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at the two maids and asked, "He can't swim?" The two maids nodded, leaned together, and shrank their bodies. Their small faces were pale. Who dared to throw the patriarch into the pond? Who was this person? Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Then why don't you call someone to save him? I won't be responsible if he drowns." "Come on. The patriarch is drowning." The two maids immediately shouted. Almost at the next moment, in a nearby attic, a servant ran out. When he came to the pond, he saw Lin Chang's situation and hurriedly jumped in. It took him a lot of effort to save Lin Chang. The servant took a few breaths, glared at the two maids, and shouted, "What's the matter with you? If anything happens to the patriarch, can you bear the responsibility? It has nothing to do with us. It was he who threw the patriarch in." The two maids pointed to Qin Feiyang. The servant looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "You dare to murder the patriarch, are you looking for death? Get out!" Qin Feiyang spat out this word coldly. "What did you say? I dare you to say that again." That servant's eyes widened in anger, full of hostility. "Scram!" Qin Feiyang said. "You're courting death." The servant let out a low growl and pounced at Qin Feiyang. "Stop!" But at this moment, a low shout came from behind. "Patriarch!" The servant was overjoyed and quickly turned around to look. Lin Chang got up from the ground and shook his head hard to get rid of the last trace of drunkenness. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. That servant ran to Lin Chang's side and sternly said, "Master, he was the one who threw you into the pond. He must have eaten a leopard's guts." Lin Chang let out a long breath and walked in front of Qin Feiyang. He sneered and said, "Do you know why this patriarch asked him to stop?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I'm not interested." "Even if you're not interested, you still have to listen. It's because this patriarch wants to personally blow your head off." Lin Chang laughed sinisterly. True qi surged as he punched towards Qin Feiyang. "You don't have this ability now." Qin Feiyang stretched out his arm and easily caught Lin Chang's fist. "How is this possible?" Lin Chang was shocked. He used all his strength but couldn't pull his hand out. That servant was also dumbfounded. This person was actually so strong. Even the patriarch could be easily subdued. Fortunately, before, he didn't really rush up. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Chang was shocked and angry. "Who the hell are you?" Qin Feiyang let go of his hand and said lightly, "I want to talk to you alone." Lin Chang shook his hand and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. He waved his hand and said, "All of you retreat." That servant and two servant girls, as if they had been pardoned, disappeared in a few blinks of an eye. Lin Chang said, "Say it now." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Your current appearance is really embarrassing. But this is what you asked for. No one will sympathize with you. Is this what you want to say?" Lin Chang clenched his fists. His eyes flashed fiercely. Qin Feiyang said, "I don't have so much time to care about your affairs. I'm just thinking that if Lin Yi knows that you have become like this, she should be very sad." Lin Chang's gaze trembled. He stepped forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's clothes. He roared with a ferocious face, "How do you know Yi? Who the hell are you?" Qin Feiyang didn't speak. He just looked at him faintly. After a while, Lin Chang reacted. He hurriedly let go of his hand and bowed, Sir, I'm sorry. I offended you. Qin Feiyang said, if I give you another chance, will you still deal with Qin Feiyang? Lin Chang's body shook. He said in surprise, you know Qin Feiyang? Answer me. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Lin Chang lowered his head. His hands were clenched together. His face was distorted and looked ferocious. He hated Qin Feiyang from the bottom of his heart. It was because Qin Feiyang killed Lin Bailey that Lin Han was enraged. He snatched Yi and forced him to sign the agreement to sever the father-daughter relationship. So in his view, all of this was caused by Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked disappointed and shook his head. It has been so long, but you are still stubborn. You are hopeless. People like you really shouldn't be sympathized. Who do you think you are? Do you know what Qin Feiyang did to me? How much do you know about Qin Feiyang? What right do you have to criticize me here? Lin Chen roared with all his might. I don't want to argue with you. Just pretend that I didn't come this time. Qin Feiyang said lightly, then turned and left. Lin Chang stared at Qin Feiyang's back angrily. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his body trembled. He hurriedly said, are you Qin Feiyang? That's right. Go and tell Lin Han. This is a good opportunity. He should reward you with some benefits. No. It shouldn't be a reward. It should be alms. Qin Feiyang said sarcastically without turning his head. He is really Qin Feiyang. Lin Chang felt very uncomfortable and incredulous. In less than a year, he had become so strong. Was he still the trash from before? Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to leave his sight, he suddenly shivered and shouted, wait. Qin Feiyang didn't stop and left the Lin family. Why did he suddenly appear? What does he want to do? Revenge? It doesn't seem like it. If it's revenge, now is the best opportunity. Lin Chang muttered to himself. He really couldn't figure out the purpose of Qin Feiyang's return. Suddenly, a sharp light flashed. He hurriedly ran into a secret room, walked to the image crystal, and put his hand on it. But he immediately withdrew his hand. There was a struggle on his face. Should he report to Lin Han? After repeating this for a while, he made up his mind, turned around and ran out of the secret room. He hurriedly came to the door, looked at the two servants, and asked, where is that person just now? Which direction did he go? Patriarch, you're finally awake. The two servants were very excited. Lin Chang said angrily, I asked you a question, didn't you hear it? The two of them were stunned and soon knew who Lin Chang was talking about. Because in the whole day, only one person had come to the Lin family, and that was the person who slapped them. He seems to have gone in the direction of the treasure pavilion. Patriarch, did he do something to you? Don't worry, I'll go gather everyone now and find him to settle the score. The two servants' faces were filled with hostility. Slap. But what they didn't expect was that Lin Chang actually slapped them in the ear. Stay here obediently. If you dare to touch him, I'll kill you first. Before the two of them could react, Lin Chang left a ruthless sentence and ran in the direction of the treasure pavilion. We're going to help him vent his anger, but he actually hit us. Is he crazy? The two of them looked aggrieved and puzzled. Treasure pavilion. Reception room. A dignified and beautiful woman sat by the tea table, sizing up the person opposite her. The woman was Luo Qianxue. As for the person opposite her, it was naturally Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Senior, you still don't recognize me? I don't recognize you. Luo Qianxue shook her head, her face full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Now that he had changed his appearance and let Luo Qianxue guess, it was a bit too much for her. He smiled and said, Senior, I'm Qin Feiyang. What? Luo Qianxue suddenly stood up and said in surprise, Is it really you? It's really me. Qin Feiyang nodded. Seeing the beautiful woman in front of him again, he felt a sense of familiarity that he hadn't felt for a long time. He felt very at ease. Luo Qianxue walked up and knocked on Qin Feiyang's head. She said angrily, "Brat, you're back. Why do you still need me to guess?" Hee hee. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head, looking charmingly naive. Come, sit here." Luo Qianxue shook her head and laughed. She pulled Qin Feiyang to the chair next to her. Qin Feiyang didn't sit down and let Luo Qianxue sit down first. Then he bowed to Luo Qianxue and said solemnly, "Senior, thank you for lending me a hand when I was in danger." "I can't thank you enough." Luo Qianxue smiled and said, "It's just a small matter. Don't call me senior. You're not weak now. If you don't mind, just call me Aunt Shui." Aunt Shui. Qin Feiyang was stunned. There was an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. He nodded and said, "Feiyang can't wait." "Why would I mind?" Luo Qianxue made tea inside. "Your life this year is really exciting." Qin Feiyang asked, "Aunt Shui, you mean?" Luo Qianxue said, "Qingzhu has already told me about your deeds through the image crystal. It's been hard on you to experience so much at such a young age." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Without pressure, I won't grow. This is what Uncle Yuan taught me. It only took 5 years to teach such a promising child. Qin Yuan is really great." Luo Qianxue shook her head and sighed. She poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Qin Feiyang. She asked, "Why did you come back this time?" Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup, took a sip, and nodded, "There are indeed some things, but I didn't do it. But it doesn't matter. The situation I set in Yen City should be enough for me to reverse the situation." He came to Iron Ox Town for Lin Chang. Because Lin Chang was clear about the conflict between him and Lin Bailey. If Lin Chang helped to speak, then Lin Han couldn't find any excuse to refute him. More importantly, it was not a simple matter to let the royal family cancel the wedding of Lin Yi and the eldest prince. But if Lin Chang was present, the effect would be different. After all, Lin Chang was Lin Yi's biological father no matter what. An agreement couldn't be broken. Unfortunately, until now, Lin Chang still didn't repent. Chapter 179. Plot. Luo Qianxue was also very surprised. A young man who was not even 16 years old dared to plot in Yen City. This kind of mentality was really shocking. After a moment of silence, Luo Qianxue asked, "Do you want to restore your real identity?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I can't use the name Jiang Haotian for the rest of my life." "That's true." Luo Qianxue nodded, thought for a moment, and asked, "When do you plan to show your cards?" Qin Feiyang said, 9 days later, Yi and the first prince's wedding ceremony. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue's intelligent eyes flashed with a strange light. Knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Luo Qianxue asked, "Who is it?" "Pavilion Master, Master Lin wants to see you." A woman's voice came from outside. "Do you want to hide?" Luo Qianxue frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "No, because he came to see me." "See you?" Luo Qianxue's face showed a trace of suspicion, and she said to the people outside the door, "Let him in." The door was pushed open, and a young woman stood at the door. When the young woman stepped aside, Lin Chang entered their sight. After seeing Qin Feiyang, he was happy and hurried in. "Close the door. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter the reception room." Luo Qianxue ordered the young woman. "Yes." The woman answered, closed the door, and left. Lin Chang walked to Qin Feiyang, cupped his hands and said, "Qin Feiyang, in the past." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about the past. Just tell me your purpose." Lin Chang wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back and looked at Luo Qianxue. Qin Feiyang said, "It's okay. Aunt Shui is not an outsider." Just say it. Aunt Shui. Lin Chang was shocked. When did Qin Feiyang become Luo Qianshua's nephew? Qin Feiyang frowned. Is there anything wrong? If there's nothing important, don't waste my time. Lin Chang said, I want to ask you to help me save Yi. Weren't you the one who insisted on sending her to the royal family? Why do you want to save them now? Moreover, the one who's going to marry her is the first prince, the future county king of the county of Yan. I'm just a nobody. How would I dare to go against the royal family? Qin Feiyang sneered. Yes. In the past, I was blinded by desire and didn't think about Yi's feelings. But ever since Yi left, my heart has become very uncomfortable. I have reflected again and again, regretted it again and again. But what can I do? In front of Lin Han, I'm just an insignificant wretch. I can only use alcohol to numb myself every day. I thought that I might spend the rest of my life like this. But your appearance gave me hope. Lin Chang said guiltily. Don't make it sound so pompous. You drank because Lin Han took Yi away from you. He took away the power that belonged to you. You're begging me now because you're not convinced and don't want Lin Han to succeed. Am I right? Qin Feiyang mocked. Lin Chang's face became extremely ugly. Because Qin Feiyang's words were all his inner thoughts. It was tantamount to stripping him naked and exposing him in front of others without any reservation. Lin Chang, you may not know Qin Feiyang's current status in Yan City. Let me tell you this. Every decision he makes now can cause a big storm in Yan City. Luo Qianxue said faintly. In the beginning, in order to stop Lin Yi and Qin Feiyang from being together, this person could be said to be unscrupulous. How could he have thought that the trash back then would have today's achievements? Perhaps when he learned the truth, even his intestines would turn green with regret. Hearing this, Lin Chang's face was full of disbelief. Even if Qin Feiyang's strength had become stronger now, it was impossible for him to become an important figure in a place like Yan City. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, Go back, I can't help you with this matter. Feiyang, I really know I was wrong. I was going to report to Lin Han just now, but I finally figured it out. Just help me. Even if you don't give me face, at least for Yi's sake. You don't want to see her marry into the royal family and be depressed for the rest of her life. Lin Chang begged. You still know that she will be depressed? Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and said angrily, What were you doing at that time? You only know regret now. Are you worthy of being Yi's father? Have you ever considered for her? Lin Chang couldn't find anything to say for a while. I'll kneel for you, okay? In the end. He gritted his teeth, bent his knees, and knelt on the ground. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue stepped forward and grabbed Lin Chang's shoulder. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said meaningfully, After all, he is Yi's biological father. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. It seemed that Luo Qianxue and he had thought of the same thing. Okay, I'll give Aunt Shui face. After a moment of silence, Qin Feiyang nodded, took out an illusory form pill, threw it to Lin Chang, and said lightly, Go back and arrange it immediately. Follow me to Yan City later. This is a supreme-grade pill. Luo Qianshue's eyes lit up. What? A supreme-grade pill? Lin Chang was shocked and hurriedly looked at the illusory form pill. When he saw the bright pill pattern, his eyeballs almost popped out. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Hurry up and arrange it before I regret it. Okay. Lin Chang nodded repeatedly and turned to leave quickly. About half an hour passed. Lin Chang came again. Qin Feiyang also said goodbye to Luo Qianxue and rushed to Black Bear City with Lin Chang. But before leaving, he gave Luo Qianxue a supreme-grade red fire-colored glass pill. In this way, his original supreme-grade red fire-colored glass pills were all gone. Only the first prince's 10 pills were left. When they arrived at Black Bear City, it was already late at night. After calling Fatso and Shi Zheng, they rushed back to Yen City overnight. Calm Heart Lake. Qin Feiyang sat in front of the tea table, looked at Lin Cheng and said, "Before Yi gets married, you'd better not leave Calm Heart Lake. Otherwise, if anything happens, I won't be responsible." Lin Cheng nodded, his heart was in disbelief. Luo Qianxue said that Qin Feiyang's status in Yen City was not ordinary, but he didn't believe it. But on the way here, he finally deeply understood. The 9-star Battle King's personal protection. The martial imperial palace treated him as a distinguished guest. This kind of treatment was really amazing. Qin Feiyang said again, "Lu Hong, take him up and arrange a room for him." "Follow me." Lu Hong glanced at Lin Cheng, turned and walked to the second floor. Soon, Lu Hong went downstairs again, frowning. "Who is he?" Qin Feiyang said, "Yi's father." Lu Hong and Fatso looked at each other, a trace of doubt in their eyes. "Don't ask about this, help me count the things in this qiankuan bag." Qin Feiyang took out a qiankuan bag and put it on the tea table. Inside was the Black Bear King's treasure. Fatso sighed secretly, suddenly grinned, took out a big red flower, and said, "Boss, look at what this is." 9 Suns flower. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked, and said in a daze, "Where did it come from? You forgot it so quickly." Fatso rolled his eyes and said, "It's the one in the canyon. When Shi Zheng and I were drinking at Spring Breeze restaurant, we suddenly remembered that we had forgotten to pick it, so we ran back to pick it." Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, feeling rather annoyed. At that time, he had completely thrown the 9 Suns flower to the back of his mind. Fortunately, Fatso remembered, otherwise, he would have to make another trip. "Thank you," Qin Feiyang said with a smile as he took the 9 Suns flower. His eyes flickered with radiance. He looked at Fatso and asked, "Did you see Zuan and the others when you went back?" Fatso shook his head and said, "They were long gone." "By the way, should we tell Feng Ling heir about Feng Cheng's death?" Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll tell her later, let's contact Manager Li first." Fatso took out an image crystal, and his genuine qi surged. Manager Li's image quickly appeared. Manager Li said in surprise, "You're already back. Isn't it obvious?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Has Zuan been killed?" Manager Li asked. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head, he was not in the mood to ask. He asked, "How's the collection of medicinal herbs?" Manager Li said, "The Lin family has a snow crystal, and the royal family has a 9 Suns flower, but they don't intend to sell it." "Why?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Manager Li said, "They said they want to use it as a prize for the competition." "You should know about the competition organized by the royal family, right?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "The first prize is a 9 Suns flower, the second prize is a snow crystal, and the third prize is a leaf of the red glaze tree." Manager Li smiled. "The rewards are so generous." Qin Feiyang was surprised. These 3 medicinal herbs were rare. The royal family and the Lin family were really generous. Manager Li joked, "Brat, you're so smart. Can't you see that the royal family is actually trying to lure you to participate? They're targeting you." "Lure me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. He really couldn't figure it out. Manager Li said, "According to reliable sources, the first prince is the one who arranged the prizes. Do you understand now? So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. He pursed his lips and sneered. Fatso and Zuan had humiliated the first prince last time. They must have held a grudge against him. The first prince was a smart person. He knew that Zuan would not participate in such a boring competition. So he used these 3 precious medicinal herbs as bait to force Zuan to participate. His purpose was to defeat Zuan, humiliate him, and embarrass him in front of everyone in Yen City. Manager Li said playfully, "So, are you going to participate or not?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I was worried that I couldn't find a suitable wedding gift. I didn't expect him to deliver it to me. Do you think I should go or not? We won't be polite to people who are looking for trouble. Fatso said with a smirk. Interesting, interesting. Manager Li couldn't help but laugh. Qin Feiyang said, Senior, I'll have to trouble you to send the medicinal herbs over now. Then you must prepare the gold coins. This is not a small sum. Chapter 180. The first prince, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while before asking, Do you know the cultivation of the first prince? We don't know. Fatso and Li Mu shook their heads. Qin Feiyang got up and said, I'll go to the cultivation hall. When Steward Li comes, you can ask him about the rules of the competition. The more detailed, the better. Lu Hong frowned and said, You've come back in a hurry. Go and have a rest first. I'll talk to Feng Ling Air. Fatso nodded. It could be seen that although Qin Feiyang looked strong, he was actually very tired. They really wanted to share some of the burden with Qin Feiyang. It's okay. You've done me a great favor by counting the Qiankuan bag. Qin Feiyang smiled, turned around, walked out of the attic, and went straight to the cultivation hall. 2 deacon elders were guarding here. One of them asked in confusion, What are you doing here? Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, I want to see Feng Ling Air. I guessed that you're looking for Feng Ling Air. She's in the number 1 cultivation room. Go in by yourself. Remember to be reserved. The 2 of them said with a smile, which was very ambiguous. Reserved? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Did they forget that he was still a minor? But he didn't explain. He cupped his hands to the 2 of them and walked into the cultivation hall. In front of the number 1 cultivation room. Qin Feiyang looked at the stone door and didn't knock for a long time. Because he could imagine how sad Feng Ling Air would be when she learned of Feng Cheng's death. Knock, knock. In the end. He let out a long breath and reached out to gently knock on the door. But after waiting for a long time, Feng Ling Air didn't open the door. She's not here. Qin Feiyang frowned. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the stone door slowly opened and a pale face entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Ling Air. There were tear stains on her cheeks, and her eyes were red and swollen. She looked rather haggard. It was obvious that she had just cried. A trace of doubt crept onto his face as he asked, What's wrong with you? What's the matter? Feng Ling Air asked a question instead of answering. Her voice was a little hoarse. Qin Feiyang swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. If there's nothing else, then leave. I'm not in the mood to entertain you right now. After Feng Ling Air finished speaking, she reached out and closed the stone door. What needs to be said must be said. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. He reached out his hand and pressed on the stone door. He looked at Feng Ling Air and said, Your grandfather, immediately. Feng Ling Air's body trembled. What is it? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, You already know? Yes. It was Elder Ji who told me personally. Feng Ling Air nodded. Tears streamed down her face. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, How did she know? Could it be that the palace master has returned? I don't know anything. I just want to be alone. Feng Ling Air shook her head. With a bang, she slammed the door shut. The sound of sobbing could be heard vaguely. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the door. He was at a loss. How Qian, in the entire martial imperial palace, you have the best relationship with Ling Er. You should comfort her. Suddenly, the voice of an old man echoed from behind. Qin Feiyang was startled. He turned his head and saw Elder Wan standing behind him. His old face was full of worry. Qin Feiyang said angrily, Senior, can't you make some noise when you walk? Elder Wan smiled, but it was very stiff. Qin Feiyang asked, Is the palace master back? He's on his way back. By the way, let me tell you a piece of bad news. Zuan escaped. Elder Wan said. This should be good news. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and sneered. Elder Wan frowned and said unhappily, what are you talking about? The truth. With a villain like Ma Cheng, it's hard not to fail. By the way, did you tell Feng Ling Heir the real cause of Feng Cheng's death? Qin Feiyang asked. No. She's very sad now, and she's still so young. We don't want her to bear too much. Don't tell her either. In addition, the palace master has reached an agreement with Ma Cheng. The Danwang Hall will no longer target you. But in advance, you can't spread what Ma Cheng did in the Black Bear Mountain. Especially that fatso. Tell him to keep his mouth shut. Feng Cheng said with a serious face. Since he dared to do it, why would he be afraid of others talking about it? Qin Feiyang said angrily. After all, he is the palace master of the Danwang Hall. His reputation is very important. Our palace master, King Yan, and pavilion master Jiang also have to think about the overall situation. In such a complicated environment, many things can't be done as you want. Elder Feng Cheng's face was also full of helplessness. Qin Feiyang said self-deprecatingly, the death of Feng Cheng and the Black Bear King in exchange for our peace. This is really a good deal. Alas. Elder Wan sighed softly, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. The dead can't be brought back to life. Don't be too sad. Live well in the present. After saying that, Elder Wan turned and left. He came here to comfort Feng Ling Heir. But now, it seemed that he didn't need to comfort her. Ma Cheng, Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly, and his eyes became aggressive. Although he couldn't do anything to Ma Cheng now, he would slowly collect interest. He turned to look at the cultivation room and was about to leave. But at this moment, Feng Ling Heir opened the stone door and walked out of the cultivation room. She said indifferently, "Follow me." Qin Feiyang followed silently. Since he had promised Feng Cheng, he naturally had to do it. It turned out that Feng Ling Heir was going to drown her sorrows in alcohol. Drinking until midnight, she was already drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Qin Feiyang carried her back to the Jingxin Lake. Fatso and the other two immediately went up to greet him. Arriving at the second floor, Qin Feiyang walked into a room and placed Feng Ling Heir on the bed. Then, he got up and looked at Lu Hong, smiling, "Go get a basin of water to wipe her, and then change her into a clean set of clothes. During this period of time, you don't have to do anything. You are responsible for accompanying her. Go out more often and talk." "Okay." Lu Hong nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Qin Feiyang smiled and said to Fatso, "Come down with me." The two of them quickly went downstairs and sat beside the coffee table. Qin Feiyang asked, "Where are the medicinal herbs?" Fatso took out 2 Qiankun bag and said excitedly, "Do you know what Fat Lord found in the Black Bear King's treasure? 2 red glass trees, a total of 6 leaves, 7 fire ginseng, 2 blood ginseng, 1 9 suns flower, and 1 snow crystal." What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. There were actually such precious medicinal herbs. Fatso said, "Other than these, there are many other precious medicinal herbs. As for gold coins, there aren't many, only 1,000,000. Qin Feiyang laughed, "With those medicinal herbs, would we still lack gold coins?" He was very grateful to the Black Bear King. But at the same time, he blamed himself even more. If he hadn't informed King Yan and the others, how could the Black Bear King have died? Fatso frowned and said angrily, "Boss, don't take all the responsibility on yourself. This is increasing the pressure on yourself. If you want to blame someone, blame that old bastard Ma Cheng." Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "I'm fine." Sigh. Fatso sighed and said with a smile, "Fat Lord has sorted it out. We have already gathered 3 sets of medicinal herbs for the potential elixir and 6 sets of medicinal herbs for the red glass elixir. They are all in this Qiankun bag." Fatso pointed to the Qiankun bag on the left. 3 sets. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. He turned to look at Fatso, his eyes flickering. Fatso touched his nose and chuckled. Why are you looking at Fat Lord like that? Are you also mesmerized by Fat Lord's handsomeness? At that moment, Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I might as well give all the medicinal herbs and gold coins to you for safekeeping. Fatso was slightly stunned and said with a sneaky smile, aren't you afraid that Fat Lord will fill his pockets? Qin Feiyang said lightly, it doesn't matter. Anyway, when the time comes, I will ask you for the medicinal herbs. You want to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Fatty had a helpless expression on his face. To be honest, it is not safe to leave the medicinal herbs and gold coins with Fat Lord. What if Fat Lord is robbed? So we have to separate them. The medicinal herbs will be with Fat Lord and the gold coins will be with Lu Hong. Boss, what do you think? Fatso asked. Qin Feiyang laughed, you have considered it quite thoroughly. You guys do as you see fit. I will go and refine the potential pill first. Give me the Qiankuan bag after you have sorted it out. Remember to leave me some pocket money. In your dreams, Fat Lord won't leave you a single silver coin. Fatso laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, grabbed the Qiankuan bag on the left, and prepared to enter the castle. Boss, wait, what should we do with this? Fatso hurriedly called out to him and took out a piece of paper. Qin Feiyang took a look and his face immediately darkened. This was an IOU. It was written that Qin Feiyang owed Treasure Pavilion 30 million gold coins. If he did not pay it off within a month, he would receive 1,000 gold coins interest every day. 30 million, where are we going to find it? Damn it, why doesn't that old bastard managerly rob us? Fatso's face was filled with anger and a headache. Qin Feiyang asked, how many gold coins do we have now? Fatso said, more than 4 million. Only 4 million, it's really a drop in the bucket. When I refine the scarlet fire-colored glass pill, I will use it to pay off the debt. Qin Feiyang threw the IOU to Fatso and disappeared without a trace. Not long after, Lu Hong went downstairs. Fatso asked, how is she? Asleep. Lu Hong smiled and asked, what were you guys talking about downstairs just now? Fatso said, Boss said that from now on, Fat Lord will be in charge of medicinal herbs and you will be in charge of gold coins. In other words, Fat Lord will be in charge of resources and you will be in charge of finances. Lu Hong laughed, this is a good thing, it means that he trusts us a lot. So, you have to do a good job and not let boss down. How about we go on a date and have a candlelit dinner to celebrate? Fatso stared at her lecherously. Lu Hong's face immediately turned cold. Fatso shrunk his neck and hurriedly ran away. At the same time, in a certain hall of the palace, Lin Hao frowned, Your Highness, the elimination round will begin tomorrow. Jiang Haoyan still hasn't come to register. Do you think he will come to participate in the competition? The eldest prince said, if I knew, would I still be here worrying? Lin Hao said, let's increase the reward. The eldest prince's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. All right. Tomorrow morning, you will announce it. The prize for first place is a 9 suns flower and a snow crystal. The prize for second place is 3 leaves of the scarlet fire-colored glass tree. The prize for third place is a fire ginseng. I don't believe that I can't lure him out. Chapter 181. At dawn, Qin Feiyang walked out of the castle and pushed the door open. He saw that Feng Ling Er had woken up and was standing alone by the lake, looking at the clear water in a daze. Lu Hong was accompanying her. Qin Feiyang walked over and apologized, I'm sorry, I'm incompetent. I couldn't save your grandfather. Feng Ling Er said, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself. Qin Feiyang's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. Boss, you're so early. Fatso's voice came from the other side of the lake. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw Fatso standing on the other side of the wooden bridge, waving at him. You're even earlier. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Of course, haven't you heard? The early bird gets the worm. Fatso chuckled and quickly ran over, saying, Boss, Fat Lord really heard a strange news. What news? Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong looked at him suspiciously. The prize of the competition has suddenly doubled. Fatso explained in detail. After listening, Qin Feiyang sneered, this eldest prince is really impatient. Feng Ling Heir turned to look at him and frowned. Are you going to participate in the competition? Qin Feiyang said, with such a tempting prize in front of me, how can I not go? Feng Ling Heir thought for a moment and said, then I'll go too. I have nothing to do anyway. No. Fatso shook his head. Why not? Feng Ling Heir asked. Qin Feiyang was also puzzled. Fatso said, according to the rules of this competition, only those under the age of 18 can participate. If Fat Lord remembers correctly, you should be 18 years old. Feng Ling Heir frowned and said, why did they set this rule? That's what the first prince said. He wants to give the youngsters from Yen City a chance. In fact, it's to prevent martial arts prodigies like you from participating in the competition. Especially since you have a good relationship with us, you will definitely help us. If you go, the first place will be yours, and his plan won't succeed. Tell me, is this bullshit first prince despicable? Fatso sneered. Qin Feiyang said, that's a good thing. Lu Hong nodded and said with a smile, indeed, if the younger generation were to participate, we would have no hope of winning. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then looked at Fatso and said, go and call Ling Yunfei. We'll meet at the gate. Okay. Fatso chuckled, turned around and ran away. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Ling Heir and asked, do you want to join in the fun? Feng Ling Heir said, if we can't participate, why should we go? All right then. Qin Feiyang nodded and said to Lu Hong, accompany her. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the wooden bridge. At the same time, Shi Zheng was jumping down from the balcony of the attic next door. Qin Feiyang walked over and said with a smile, Elder Shi, the palace master and Ma Cheng have already reached an agreement. There's no need to continue protecting me, right? Shi Zheng said, it's better to be careful. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and nodded, all right, then I'll have to trouble you, Elder. Although Ma Cheng agreed, it was hard to say what Jia He would do. What if he secretly sent someone to assassinate him behind Ma Cheng's back? Moreover, there was the blood token. This force was mysterious and unfathomable. He had to be careful. The two of them arrived at the entrance. After waiting for a while, Fatso and Ling Yunfei arrived. As soon as Ling Yunfei walked over, he said, Fatso has already told me the details. It won't be a problem to enter the top 3. Don't be careless. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The first prince had prepared for so long, he would definitely not let them win easily. It was likely that many of the geniuses in this competition had already been bribed by the first prince. Next, he brought the 3 of them and walked out of the martial imperial palace in a dignified manner. Jiang Haotian is out. He finally showed up. Where is he going? Let's go and take a look. The spies of the various major powers all followed behind the 4 of them. Qin Feiyang naturally noticed it, but he didn't care. Treasure Pavilion. VIP room. Manager Li glanced around and asked curiously, Brother Jiang, where are you going to cause trouble in this group of people? Senior, you're already so old. Can't you be more serious? Qin Feiyang was very helpless. He took out a jade box and threw it on the desk. Manager Li opened the jade box and 6 top-grade red fire-colored glass pills immediately appeared. After a quick glance, he looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, are these used to pay off the debt? Isn't it obvious? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said angrily, also, don't write any IOU in the future. It's annoying just looking at it. There's no other way. This is the rule. We're all honest people. We have to abide by it, right? However, these 6 pills are worth at most 25 million. It seems to be a little less than 30 million. Manager Lee chuckled. Fatso said angrily, "Old bastard, can't you give us a discount?" "Sorry, I've already given you a 9% discount." Manager Lee said with a smile. "A 9% discount?" Fatso was stunned and said angrily, "You might as well not give us a discount. How can you ask for a 9% discount when you don't even know?" Manager Lee sighed, "Alas, I can't help it. Business is hard. In order to help you find those medicinal herbs, I almost broke my legs. How can you bargain with me here?" Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He took out 2 more top-grade red fire-colored glass pills and threw them to Manager Lee, saying, "Take the extra as a reward for your hard work." "Good, good, good. Boss Jiang is so generous." Manager Lee was overjoyed. 2 top-grade red fire-colored glass pills were worth at least 8 million. In other words, he could get 3 million as a reward. As for the rest, they were public funds. He didn't dare to touch them. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang called Ling Yunfei and the other 2 and walked out. "Go?" Manager Lee was stunned and hurriedly said, "Wait. Is there anything else?" Qin Feiyang asked. Manager Lee said, "The account hasn't been settled yet." "How can you leave? You still have to give me 2 top-grade red fire-colored glass pills." Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. He turned to look at him and asked, "Why?" Manager Lee said, "Nonsense, of course to give to Jia He. Otherwise, do you think I took those 3 blood ginseng for free?" Qin Feiyang frowned, "Not included in the 30 million? "No." Manager Lee said. "In this way, I bought nearly 40 million medicinal herbs this time, didn't I?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Weren't the medicinal herbs of the potential pill a bit too expensive? Shi Zheng and Ling Yunfei next to him were also dumbfounded. What medicinal herbs were worth 40 million? Manager Lee stared at him carefully and said, "Boss Jiang, I have to tell you, you can't go back on your words, or I'll ask Jia He to ask for it from you." "Do I look like someone who would go back on his words?" Qin Feiyang glared at him angrily, took out 2 top-grade red fire-colored glass pills and threw them over. In fact, his heart was aching. 10 top-grade red fire-colored glass pills were gone as soon as he came to the treasure pavilion. He was really bleeding a lot. Boss Jiang is indeed a man of his word. Manager Lee gave him a thumbs up and laughed heartily. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, "Continue to help me collect those medicinal herbs, especially the snow crystal, 9 suns flower, and blood ginseng." Manager Lee smiled, "As long as you have money, everything is negotiable. But can you reveal a little bit what kind of pill you want to refine?" "You want to know?" "Wait patiently." Qin Feiyang laughed, turned around, and strode away. "Bastard." Manager Lee cursed secretly, but he was more and more curious. Fatso chased after him and frowned, "Boss, I still want to save some money, but if you squander it like this, I'm afraid we'll be poor for the rest of our lives." "Don't worry, when the time comes, we only need 1 pill, and we'll get back the cost." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, showing off absolute confidence. Hearing this, Shi Zheng and Ling Yunfei looked at each other and couldn't help but feel surprised. What kind of pill could be worth 40 million gold coins? Fatso's eyebrows were also full of doubts. Leaving the treasure pavilion, Shi Zheng took the 3 of them and rushed to the East City district. This news quickly spread to the ears of the first prince and Lin Hao. "They're finally here. This time, I'm going to make a fool of you in public. Let's go and welcome them." The first prince sneered, got up, and walked out of the hall. "Welcome?" Lin Hao was slightly stunned and frowned, "There's no need for that." The first prince said, "I have to see him sign up with my own eyes before I can be completely relieved." "Okay." Lin Hao nodded, got up, and followed the first prince to a square outside the palace, waiting quietly. There were many young people around. When they saw the 2 of them, they ran up to curry favor. They didn't know how long they had waited. In short, they were impatient. Finally, four familiar figures entered their line of sight. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also noticed the first prince and the second prince. Ling Yunfei sneered, needless to say, they must be waiting for us. Then let them wait a little longer. Fatso smirked, glanced at the two sides of the street, and locked his eyes on a shop on the left, and said, "Boss, there's a clothing shop, shall we go in and shop?" "Okay, I'm also planning to buy some clothes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Under the astonished gaze of the first prince and Lin Hao, Qin Feiyang and the other two went directly into the shop. These three brats are really a headache. Shi Zheng shook his head and smiled bitterly, and could only follow in. After buying clothes, they entered a shop that sold shoes. After buying shoes, the first prince and Lin Hao thought that they were coming, but they didn't expect that they would enter a jewelry shop. "Your Highness, they must be doing it on purpose." Lin Hao roared angrily. "Even if it's on purpose, you have to bear with it," the first prince said in a low voice, his hands hidden in his sleeves tightly clenched. Obviously, he was also very angry. "Your Highness, what are you doing here?" At this moment, a puzzled voice sounded. A young man in purple walked out of the crowd and strode towards the first prince. Behind him, there was a man and a woman, both of whom were in their late 20s and had extraordinary temperaments. The first prince smiled. "Shuiyang, why are you here?" Shuiyang said, "I brought Junior Xia and Junior Wang to sign up for the competition." The first prince glanced at the man and woman, and his eyes flashed slightly. He looked at Shuiyang and said, "Jiang Haotian is in that jewelry shop, go and see what they are doing." Lin Hao added, "If there's a chance, teach them a lesson." Jiang Haotian. Shuiyang's eyes suddenly surged with strong killing intent, and he sneered, "Your Highness, don't worry, leave it to me. Let's go." Chapter 182. Inside the shop. Qin Feiyang was casually looking at the accessories. The shop owner was also a middle-aged fatso, but he was not as outstanding as Fatso. He followed him closely and kept introducing the items. Fatso called out, "Boss, it's time to go." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. The fat shop owner immediately showed a disappointed look. This was a big customer, but unfortunately, he did not sell anything. "Huh?" Qin Feiyang was about to turn around when he suddenly saw a red jade pendant. The fat shop owner's eyes lit up and hurriedly introduced it. "Young Master Jiang, this jade pendant is called Flaming Phoenix. Look at its color, how bright it is, and the phoenix pattern, how charming it is." To be honest, young Master Jiang, the Flaming Phoenix is the most famous carving master in Yen City, carefully carved with the best fire jade. Let's not talk about its value, just its craftsmanship alone is worth collecting. The fat shop owner's mouth was like a river, exaggerating. Qin Feiyang asked, "Just say it, how much is it?" The fat shop owner stretched out his hand, 500,000. 500,000? Fatso shouted and walked over. He looked at the so-called Flaming Phoenix and mocked, "We're not idiots. If you don't give us a reasonable price, we'll leave immediately." The fat shop owner smiled and said, 400,000, no less. Fatso sneered, "It's more profitable than selling elixirs. 50,000 at most. Sell it or not." The fat shop owner's face twitched and he smiled bitterly, "Brother Fatty, your bargaining is too outrageous." His eyes were full of resentment, as if to say, "Brother Fatty, we're all Fatso, why do you have to make things difficult for Fatso? Forget it if you don't want to sell." Fatso ignored the resentful eyes and dragged Qin Feiyang outside. The fat shop owner gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Jiang, I'll sell it even if I lose money. 50,000 it is." "That's more like it." Fatso smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you have any more?" "If there's only one, I don't want it." Hearing this, the fat boss's face became very interesting. Because the more he sold, the more he would lose. But he really wanted to do business with Qin Feiyang. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, there are 4 more. Fatso angrily said, fuck, haven't you heard that the rarer something is, the more precious it is? You have so many here, and you still want to collect them? Even Fat Lord doesn't think 50,000 gold coins is worth it. The fat boss said bitterly, my Fat Lord, I'm really selling at a loss. I swear to God. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, okay, help me wrap it up. Alright. The fat boss ran off to get busy. Qin Feiyang took out the Qiankun bag and looked at it carefully. A row of black lines immediately appeared on his forehead. In such a large Qiankun bag, there was not even a single gold coin. He looked at Fatso and said angrily, didn't I say very clearly that you would leave me some pocket money? Now I don't even have a single silver coin. How do you want me to pay the bill? Ah. Qin Feiyang and Shi Zheng were stunned. The fat boss was also petrified on the spot. A dignified supreme-grade alchemist actually had no money? Fatso shrunk his neck and said with an embarrassed smile, the financial power is now in Lu Hong's hands. Fat Lord can't make the decision. If you want to settle the score, go to her. Qin Feiyang's veins were bulging. This guy was really a fraud. He had lost all his face. Jiang Haotian, you're too shabby. You're an alchemist after all. Do you want me to lend you some? At this moment, Shui Yang walked in with a man and a woman. Fatso frowned and said in a low voice, Boss, he's Shui Yang. The other 2 are also core disciples of the Danwang Hall. The man is Xie Fang, and the woman is Wang Xia. Qin Feiyang said, I know he's Shui Yang. I've seen him in the treasure pavilion before. Shui Yang glanced at them, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said playfully, how about it? Do you want it? I don't charge interest. Shi Zheng walked up and said lightly, isn't it just 250,000 gold coins? I'll give it to you. A cold light flashed in the depths of Shui Yang's eyes. He looked at the fat boss and said, no matter what Jiang Haotian buys, I'll take it all and give you double the price. The fat boss was a little embarrassed. He didn't dare to offend Qin Feiyang. Shui Yang was Jia Hei's personal disciple. He also didn't dare to offend him. He begged, young Master Shui, if you have any grudges with young Master Jiang, can you settle it elsewhere? I'm just a small businessman. Don't make things difficult for me, okay? Why? Do you have a big objection? Shui Yang's eyes were unfriendly. No, how would I dare to have an objection? The fat boss hurriedly waved his hand and looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. He hoped that Qin Feiyang could take a step back. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, it seems that the lesson I taught you last time wasn't deep enough. At the mention of this, Shui Yang's face became incomparably ferocious. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye and said lightly, you want whatever I want. Are you sure? I'm sure. Shui Yang said word by word. His heart was already occupied by hatred. Fine, you're awesome. Qin Feiyang gave a thumbs up and turned to look at the fat boss, saying, I want everything you have here. Listen well, everything. Ah. The fat boss was dumbfounded. This is a great move. Shi Zheng praised. This way, not only could he help the fat boss out of the predicament, but he could also ruthlessly scam Shui Yang. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Shui Yang clenched his fists, his gaze frighteningly gloomy. Yo! Fatso let out a strange cry and joked, young Master Shui, why aren't you saying anything? Fat Lord, let me remind you that you're Jia Hei's disciple. If you don't keep your word, you won't be the only one losing face, but your master will too. Shui Yang said sternly, Fatso, say one more word and I'll cripple you. Come. If you don't cripple me today, you'll be Fat Lord's great-grandson. Fatso took a step forward and provoked arrogantly. You're courting death. Shui Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. But just as he raised his hand, it was grabbed by Xie Fang, who shook his head and said, "Brother Shui, don't be provoked by him." Wang Xia nodded and said, "The palace is just next door. If you fight here, even Elder Jia won't be able to save you. It won't hurt to endure it for a while." Fatso immediately gave the two of them a thumbs up and chuckled, "I'll give you a thumbs up." Xie Fang and Wang Xia raised their eyebrows and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Boring. Fatso waved his hand in disdain and looked at Shui Yang. "They're right. Just endure it. You're just a coward anyway." Xie Fang frowned and said, "Fatso, don't go overboard." Fatso shouted, "Aya, Fat Lord thought you were very smart. So you're an idiot too. Do you want to stand up for him?" Xie Fang said, "If you're so capable, let's meet in the competition. Don't just talk here." Fatso sized him up and said, "I'm sorry, Fat Lord's motto has always been to avoid violence if he can talk." After some thought, he added, "Besides, you can't even win against him in words. What right do you have to fight with Fat Lord? Go take a piss and look at your reflection." Xie Fang's eyes were burning with anger. This damned Fatso's mouth really needs to be taught a lesson. Seeing that Xie Fang was also enraged, Wang Xia's pupils constricted and she hurriedly dragged the two of them outside. Fatso twisted his neck and said indifferently, "People with low IQ shouldn't come out for a stroll, lest they embarrass themselves. Bastard! I'm going to destroy you." Shui Yang and Xie Fang roared at the same time and turned to charge at Fatso. Even Wang Xia couldn't hold them back. "Stop!" At this moment, a cold shout sounded. The eldest prince and Lin Hao walked in one after another. "The main character is here." Fatso tactfully retreated to Qin Feiyang's side. The eldest prince coldly glanced at Shui Yang and the other two and said angrily, "What's going on? How dare you fight here? Do you want to die? Keep pretending, keep pretending." Fatso sneered. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Shui Yang and the other two were ordered by someone. And the person who ordered them was undoubtedly the eldest prince. Shui Yang glared at Qin Feiyang and the others and said, "Your Highness, it's all their fault for provoking us first, especially that Fatso. He's so arrogant and even humiliated you, Your Highness." The eldest prince turned to look at Fatso with a cold gaze. Shi Zheng frowned and said expressionlessly, "Think before you speak." Shui Yang said angrily, "Elder Shi, you're with them. Of course you'll speak for them." "Bastard!" Shi Zheng was furious. He stepped forward and grabbed Shui Yang's arm, saying, "I'll take you to the Danwang Hall now. I'd like to ask Elder Jia how he educates his disciples." Shui Yang's face immediately turned pale. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "Your Highness, how do you plan to deal with the troublemakers? If you don't deal with them, I'm afraid your reputation as the eldest prince will be ruined today." The eldest prince was furious to the extreme. He wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss and frustrate Qin Feiyang, but he didn't expect that he would end up digging his own grave. Because if this matter really blew up, they would be the ones to suffer. After all, the boss of this shop had witnessed the entire process. Although he could threaten the fat boss, Qin Feiyang and the others also had the martial imperial hall behind them. Therefore, the fat boss would definitely tell the truth in the end. Slap! The eldest prince slapped Shui Yang's face without hesitation. A bright red palm print instantly appeared. Shui Yang was stunned. But the eldest prince didn't care about him. He looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled, "Brother Jiang, are you satisfied? What do you think?" Qin Feiyang asked. Slap! The eldest prince slapped Xie Fang and Wang Xia again and asked with a smile, "What about now?" Qin Feiyang smiled, "Your Highness is selfless. I admire you." The eldest prince said, "That's what I should do. I wonder why Brother Jiang came to the East District. If I can help, please feel free to ask. If I really need Your Highness' help, I will definitely not be polite." Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to the fat boss, asking, "Boss, is it done?" It's done. The fat boss pushed an exquisite wooden box in front of Qin Feiyang with a trace of gratitude in his eyes. Shi Zheng let go of Shui Yang and went over to settle the bill. He looked at Shui Yang and said, "Young people should learn to be good. Don't just sow discord all day. It won't do you any good in the future." Elder Shi is right. The eldest prince smiled and shouted at Shui Yang and the others, "Why aren't you apologizing to Elder Shi?" "Elder Shi, I'm sorry. Elder Shi, please forgive me for my previous offense." The three of them bowed. Shi Zheng said, "Forget it, this matter is over. Thank you for your magnanimity, Elder Shi." Chapter 183. Fighting with us is simply looking for a beating. Fatso laughed gloatingly. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang put away the wooden box, nodded and smiled at the eldest prince, then called Fatso and the other two and strode out of the jewelry shop. "Let's go too." The eldest prince waved his hand. After the two groups of people left, the fat boss breathed a sigh of relief. Shui Yang rubbed his burning face and stared at Qin Feiyang and the others in front of him, his eyes filled with hostility. The eldest prince sighed and said, "I had no choice but to hit you just now. Please forgive me." "It's okay." Shui Yang and the other two shook their heads. The eldest prince whispered, "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you in the competition." Xia Fang sneered and said, "If they participate in the competition, you don't need to show up, I can beat them." Wang Xia nodded and said, "Yes, it is said that Jiang Haoyan is only an 8-star martial master. There is nothing to worry about." The eldest prince looked at the two of them in surprise and said with a smile, "If you can really do it, I will reward each of you with a top-grade red fire glass pill." "Thank you, Your Highness." The two of them were overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to thank him. The eldest prince nodded and caught up with Qin Feiyang in a few steps. He smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, I wonder if my top-grade red fire glass pill is ready." "Oh." Qin Feiyang patted his head and said in distress, "Your Highness, I'm really sorry. I've been too busy these days and forgot about it. When I go back, I'll immediately start refining pills." The eldest prince raised his eyebrows and waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, as long as you give it to me before I get married." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "It definitely won't delay Your Highness's marriage." Right now, he only had a total of 6 top-grade red fire glass pills. If he gave it to the eldest prince, there would only be one left. To be honest, he really didn't want to give it to the eldest prince. But with his current strength, he couldn't swallow these 5 top-grade red fire glass pills. "Look, isn't that Luo Qingzhu?" Suddenly, Lin Hao pointed to the front, his eyes full of surprise. Everyone looked over. 2 white-clothed girls walked hand in hand in the crowd, forming a beautiful scene that attracted the gazes of countless men. "She's here too." Qin Feiyang was surprised. One of them was indeed Luo Qingzhu, and the girl beside her was Zhao Shuang'er. "Little sister Qingzhu." The first prince's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand and called out to her affectionately. Then, he strode after her. Lin Hao, Shui Yang, and the other two quickly followed. "Sister Qingzhu." Fatso was stunned and said angrily, "Boss, he actually dared to tease your wife. Even if he's the first prince, we can't tolerate it. Go and kill him." Qin Feiyang's face twitched and he gave Fatso a knock on the head. "Ouch!" Fatso howled in pain and said, "Boss, why did you hit Fat Lord? Is Fat Lord wrong?" Qin Feiyang said with a dark face, "I'll tell you again. Whether it's Lin Yi or Luo Qingzhu, our relationship is innocent. Explaining is tantamount to covering up." Fatso pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang's veins were bulging. He raised his head and wanted to knock on Fatso's head again. But when he saw Fatso's pitiful look, he couldn't do it. Shi Zheng said in surprise, "Jiang Haoyan, do you know Luo Qingzhu?" "We've met a few times." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "More than a few times. They are about to get married privately. I guess they will have a baby in a few years." Fatso murmured in a low voice. Pfft. Ling Yunfei couldn't help but laugh. This Fatso is too funny. Shizhen also couldn't help laughing. I really owe you in my previous life. Qin Feiyang glared at Fatso. He also felt powerless against this bastard. In front. The first prince laughed. Little sister Qingzhu, why are you here? Who is this beautiful lady? Luo Qingzhu smiled faintly. She is a core disciple of the martial imperial palace in Star Moon City, called Xiao Shuang. We are only here to play in Yen City, and just happened to hear that you were holding a competition, so we came over to take a look out of curiosity. She then looked at Xiao Shuang, and introduced him. Little sister Shuang, he is the first prince that I mentioned to you before. Shuang, greets the first prince. Xiao Shuang, bowed. The first prince waved his hand and laughed. Miss Shuang, we are all on the same side, there is no need to be so polite. However, the first prince did not notice that although Luo Qingzhu were talking to him, their gazes would occasionally sweep towards Qin Feiyang who was behind them. Qin Feiyang walked over with a faint smile on his face. But suddenly, Lin Hao stood in front of him and said disdainfully, do you know who she is? Don't try to claim connections. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Luo Qingzhu were also stunned. Whoosh! A figure swept past the two of them and ran in front of Luo Qingzhu. It was Fatso. He looked at Luo Qingzhu with a fawning smile and said, Sister-in-law, you're finally here. You don't know how much boss misses you. He misses you every day, bastard, have you had enough? Qin Feiyang angrily roared and went forward to kick him. Fatso hid behind Luo Qingzhu like a wisp of smoke and made a face at him. Sister-in-law. Everyone present was stunned, including the surrounding pedestrians. Luo Qingzhu and Xiao Shuang were the same. Qin Feiyang glared at Fatso, looked at Luo Qingzhu apologetically, and laughed. I'm sorry, he likes to mess around. It's fine, it's fine. Luo Qingzhu shook her head, still unable to react. Messing around? The first prince frowned. It should be. Luo Qingzhu had been in Star Moon City all year round, how could she know Jiang Haoyan? It was even more impossible for them to have such an ambiguous relationship. He smiled and said, Little sister Qingzhu, let me introduce you. He is the famous Jiang Haoyan. This relationship is a bit complicated. Xiao Shuang, looked at the first prince and the others, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Then, she looked at Jiang Haoyan and said with a playful smile, long time no see. I heard that you're doing well here, so I discussed with Sister Qingzhu and came to find you to eat and drink. Do you welcome us? Of course you're welcome. Qin Feiyang laughed. The first prince raised his eyebrows and asked, Little sister Qingzhu, do you know each other? Luo Qingzhu finally came back to her senses and nodded, we've known each other for a long time. At that moment, the first prince's expression changed. After all this time, it was just his wishful thinking. Especially Lin Hao, it was as if he had been slapped hard in the face. His face was burning hot. The two of them had known each other for a long time, and their relationship was not shallow. However, he had stood in front of the other party and told the other party not to claim any relationship. This was really ironic. The atmosphere here was a bit awkward. Luo Qingzhu looked at the two groups of people and roughly understood what was going on. She asked, Your Highness, I wonder if I can participate in the competition. The first prince was stunned and asked doubtfully, Why do you want to participate? If you want something, just ask me directly. Luo Qingzhu said with a faint smile, We've known each other for so long, don't you understand me? I like to rely on my own efforts to fight for it. The first prince hesitated for a moment and nodded, All right, I'll take you to sign up. Brother Jiang, what about you? Are you interested? The rewards this time are very rich. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Since that's the case, I'll give it a try. The first prince and the others were overjoyed. The previous unhappiness was instantly thrown to the back of their minds. They couldn't wait to lead the few people to the square. On the left side of the square, there was a hall. A group of people walked in. In addition to Qin Feiyang, Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, and Zhao Shuang, had also signed up. As for Fatso, no matter how Xie Fang provoked him, he had an extremely contemptuous expression. Xie Fang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Walking out of the hall, Qin Feiyang stood on a step and asked, "Your Highness, when will it start?" The first prince said with a smile, "It can start at any time." But in his heart, he sneered. "I'm waiting for you." Qin Feiyang said, "Then hurry up. After all, I'm very busy and don't have time to delay here." "All right." The first prince nodded and shouted, "Commander Su, immediately arrange for the elimination round to begin immediately." "Yes." A loud and clear voice sounded. Following closely, a burly man in armor walked out of the main hall with a bold and resolute manner. He jumped a few times and landed on a high platform in front of the square. He shouted, "The elimination round is about to begin. Participants, enter the square immediately." At that moment, one by one, the teenagers ran into the square. Those who didn't participate quickly left the square. At the same time, from the gate of the palace, a large group of black-armored guards emerged. They were like a group of lions. They quickly dispersed and stood at the edge of the square, expressionlessly scanning the crowd below. "Jiang Haotian, Ling Yunfei, be careful." Shi Zheng warned and also left the square with Fatso. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang walked down the steps and entered the square. Ling Yunfei followed closely. Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang nodded to the first prince and also entered the square, standing in the crowd. The first prince glanced at Qin Feiyang and warned Wang Xia and Xie Fang, "Don't touch him first. On the day of the finals, we'll ruthlessly trample on him. But we can test his depth first. As for the trash next to him, get him out of the arena as soon as possible." He was referring to Ling Yunfei. "Understood." Xie Fang and Luo Qingzhu nodded, a cold light flashing in their eyes. Subsequently, Shui Yang and Lin Hao followed behind the first prince and walked up the high platform. The square suddenly quieted down. The first prince stood in the middle of the high platform and glanced at the crowd below. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his whole body emitted the aura of a king. There are a total of more than 1,300 people participating in this competition, but only 10 people can enter the finals. So, everyone must work hard. I also ask everyone to stop before it's too late and try not to do anything to hurt the other party. I believe everyone already knows the prizes of this competition. I won't explain more, just say one thing. In the elimination round, no weapons are allowed. Those who violate this rule will be disqualified. Finished. He retreated to the side with his hands behind his back. Looking at Qin Feiyang in the crowd, he secretly sneered, "Without that dagger, I want to see what big waves you can make." Commander Su took a few steps forward and shouted, "Are you all ready?" "We're ready." Thousands of teenagers roared as if they had been injected with chicken blood. For Qin Feiyang, the royal banquet didn't have the slightest attraction. But for the vast majority of people, being able to participate in the royal banquet was a supreme honor. Chapter 184. Let the elimination round begin. Following Commander Su's words, everyone exerted all their strength and attacked the people around them. Bang bang bang. Ah! Someone won. Someone was bound to be defeated. In an instant, there were endless screams. One by one, the teenagers fell down. Almost in the blink of an eye, half of the people were eliminated. The battle was cruel. Especially in this kind of chaotic battle, if one was not careful, one would be attacked and lose the qualification to continue. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was also besieged. Ling Yunfei fought against dozens of people and had the upper hand. Qin Feiyang did not make a move from beginning to end. He stood in the field and glanced at the chaotic crowd. His eyes were as calm as water. How dare you be so arrogant in this chaotic battle, you're courting death. When a tall and sturdy man noticed Qin Feiyang, his eyes immediately flashed with a ruthless look. Seeing that Ling Yunfei was more than 10 meters away and was entangled by two people, he took a step forward and charged towards Qin Feiyang. However, without waiting for him to get close, Ling Yunfei appeared in front of him like a flash of lightning. With a palm strike, the afterimages of 9 huge palms struck towards him, covering the sky and the earth. It was the illusion palm. As soon as Ling Yunfei entered the martial imperial palace, he became a core disciple and had already learned the illusion palm. How is this possible? The burly man's face was filled with disbelief. Previously, he was entangled by others, but in an instant, he rushed over. This speed was too fast. With your little ability, you dare to sneak attack him. Ling Yunfei's eyes were filled with disdain as his palm landed on the burly man's chest. Ah! The burly man screamed and was blown away on the spot, spitting out blood. The few unlucky ones behind him were also seriously injured and fell to the ground. Cripple him. A group of teenagers suddenly swarmed towards Ling Yunfei. Cripple me. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Yunfei smiled coldly and punched out with his heart-lock-killing fist. A teenager's heart was shattered and he fell to the ground dead. What? Dead? The others trembled both physically and mentally as their faces turned ghastly pale. The battlefield needs to be watered with blood. Stop when it's appropriate. That's all bullshit. Ling Yunfei's long sky-blue hair danced behind his head like a waterfall, and his entire body emitted an astonishing aura. Using the origin convergence steps, he was like a hungry wolf that had charged into a flock of sheep. For a moment, this place was in complete chaos. Without exception, those who were struck by him were either killed or injured. His entire body was covered in blood, like a blood-soaked azura. The people around him were scared out of their wits and fled in panic. On the high platform, the eldest prince's shock was clearly written on his face. All this time, he had never taken Ling Yunfei seriously and had only regarded him as a small fry. But he never thought that he would be so strong. It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang, who hadn't moved for a long time, shook his head and said, "That's all." Previously, he was observing everyone's strength. He wanted to see what kind of opponent the first prince had prepared for him. In the end, he was greatly disappointed. There were more than 1,300 people, and none of them was a martial grandmaster. The highest was a 9-star martial master. Even the number of 9-star martial masters could be counted on one hand. But thinking about it, it made sense. In a small place like the county of Yan, it was rare for someone to step into the martial grandmaster realm before the age of 18. Only a martial arts genius like Feng Ling Er could do it. An elimination round without a martial grandmaster was nothing to worry about. It seems that I don't need to take part in this battle. Glancing at Ling Yunfei, Qin Feiyang muttered and turned to look at Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang. His face couldn't help but twitch. Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang stood there motionless, but the people around them acted as if they didn't see anything. No one attacked them. Qin Feiyang was filled with emotions. Beautiful women were treated differently. But he also knew that the biggest reason was Luo Qingzhu's identity. Who would dare to touch the precious daughter of the Precious Treasure Pavilion's pavilion master? Once one was blacklisted by the Precious Treasure Pavilion, it would be worse than being blacklisted by the Danwang Hall, the Martial Imperial Hall, or the royal family. Because as long as one was a martial artist, they needed wealth and resources. The Precious Treasure Pavilion was undoubtedly the source of wealth and resources. Jiang Haoyan, fight me if you dare. Suddenly, a loud and cold shout rang out. A purple-clothed youth appeared extremely valiant as he walked towards Qin Feiyang as if there was no one around him. Hiding behind Ling Yunfei, what kind of man are you? If you think that you can enter the finals like this, I can tell you very seriously, dream on. At the same time, there were also 3 youths in luxurious clothes. They were like 3 human-shaped tyrannosauruses. They continuously sent people in front of them flying, emitting a strong aura as they pressed towards Qin Feiyang. Their gazes were extremely sharp. Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned his head to look at them one by one. The 4 of them looked slightly mature. They were obviously almost 18 years old and had the strength of a 9-star martial master. In Yen City, they could be considered top geniuses. Seeing this, Zhao Shuang smiled playfully. Jiang Haotian, do you need help? What do you think? Qin Feiyang grinned. You are still so arrogant. Zhao Shuang rolled her eyes at him. But this kind of man was more charming. Humph. Ling Yunfei snorted and quickly came in front of Qin Feiyang. He glanced at the 4 people and said disdainfully, just 4 trash. You don't need to do anything. I will handle it. Arrogant. The cold light in the eyes of the 4 people surged. Ling Yunfei, arrogance will pay the price. We will fight with you. At this time, Xia Fang and Wang Xia rushed out of the crowd, stepping on the shoulders of the crowd and rushing over. Ling Yunfei said, it seems that these people have been bribed by the first prince. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, as expected. Not only them, those who just attacked us probably got a lot of benefits. In that case, we don't need to be merciful. Ling Yunfei sneered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. It seemed that this guy had never been merciful, right? He asked, your strength seems to have become stronger. I forgot to tell you. Yesterday, I stepped into the 9-star martial master and finally surpassed you. Ling Yunfei smiled proudly. Surpassed? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The corner of his mouth pursed into a playful smile. He chuckled and said, let me tell you a secret. Before I went to Black Bear City, I was already a 9-star martial master. What? Ling Yunfei was dumbfounded. His heart was instantly filled with loss. Surpassing Qin Feiyang had always been his wish. He thought that he had done it this time. But he didn't expect that the other party was still 1 step ahead of him. This feeling was really unbearable. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Suddenly, he let out a low roar. His heart was filled with unwillingness and disappointment. It turned into a monstrous battle intent and welcomed the 2 of them. Although he couldn't compare to Qin Feiyang, he was determined to be the number 1 person under Qin Feiyang. What Xia Fang? What Wang Xia? Trample them all under his feet. Bang! Bang! The 3 of them fought crazily. When the others saw this, they retreated one after another, giving them a wide battlefield. They are both 9-star martial masters, but this child is facing 2 opponents alone. His expression doesn't change at all. His battle intent is endless. This Ling Yunfei is very likely to become the second Feng Ling heir. He entered the martial ancestor realm before the age of 18. The future proud son of Yen County. The crowd below the stage discussed in low voices, their eyes filled with shock. Shi Zheng was also very surprised. He only knew that Ling Yunfei's talent was not bad and that he had a good relationship with Jiang Haotian. But he didn't expect his talent to be so heaven-defying. He had been in the Martial Imperial Hall for less than a year, and he already had such strength. He might even surpass Feng Ling heir in the future. Zhao Shuang walked to Qin Feiyang and asked curiously, where did you find this helper? Luo Qingzhu said, he is from the Ling family of Black Bear City. When I went to Black Bear City, I heard that he was called trash. But now it seems that he doesn't live up to his name. If the Ling family had nurtured him since he was young, his achievements wouldn't be limited to this. Qin Feiyang shook his head and ridiculed. The Ling family probably didn't realize how valuable Ling Yunfei was until they were destroyed. With his talent and potential, even in the imperial capital, he was a top martial arts genius. Even Feng Ling heir couldn't compare to him. Luo Qingzhu turned to look at Qin Feiyang, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. If she didn't meet this person, Ling Yunfei would still be the trash in Black Bear City. He wouldn't have the chance to shine here today. It could be said that this person was Ling Yunfei's talent scout. But she was very curious. Ling Yunfei had lived in Black Bear City for more than 10 years, and no one had discovered his potential. But how did this person find it at a glance? Was it because he was very good at judging people? Or was it because he had seen too many geniuses? At this time, the 4 well-dressed youths surrounded him. Glancing at Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang'er, one of them said coldly, "Get out of the way." "Okay." Zhao Shuang'er nodded and pulled Luo Qingzhu to the side. After a year, how much had this guy grown? She was really looking forward to it. The 4 people spread out and each took a side, surrounding Qin Feiyang in the center. The youth in purple sneered, "Jiang Haotian, this young master wants to know if your strength can compare to your alchemy skills. I don't think I will disappoint you." Qin Feiyang put his hands behind his back, with a faint smile on his face. Return to origin palm. The young master in purple looked cold and suddenly waved his palm, blowing a hurricane. When it blew on his face, there was a pain of skin tearing. This palm. It was really amazing. It had the strength of 13 brute elephants. The Lin family? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He didn't expect that the Lin family was hiding such a genius. Swish. He took a step back, his clothes rustling, and his expression was as calm as water. Illusion palm. Seeing this, the youth behind Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate to slap. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and stepped on the ground, moving to the left. He calmly turned around and looked at that person suspiciously. "Don't say that I'm a traitor. Because you're not a disciple of the Martial Imperial Palace, I don't need to help you. And because you're the biggest threat, I can only join hands with them to eliminate you first." Chapter 185. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's brows also relaxed. This person was 100% bought by the first prince, but he was too lazy to point it out. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. Overlord Fist. The other 2 youths also attacked Qin Feiyang. Fatso reminded, "Boss, be careful. The Overlord Fist is the perfect martial skill of the royal family. It is said to be very fierce." Commander Su frowned and shouted, "The people outside are not allowed to interrupt." TSK. Fatso disdainfully raised his middle finger. Commander Su's veins were bulging. The commander of the royal guards was actually humiliated by a brat in public. He was really angry. "Fatso, behave." Shi Zhou scolded in a low voice, then looked at Commander Su and smiled apologetically. "Humph." Commander Su snorted and continued to scan the battlefield. He secretly despised him for doing such an indecent action in public. He really couldn't understand why the Martial Imperial Hall would take in such an uncultured person. On the field, when the 2 youths of the royal family attacked, the 2 youths of the Lin family and the Martial Imperial Hall immediately surrounded him. The Overlord Fist was incomparably fierce. The Illusion Palm was mysterious and unpredictable. The Return to Origin Palm was incomparably fierce. 4 9-star martial masters, 3 perfect martial skills, and their true chi covered the sky and earth, almost cutting off all of Qin Feiyang's escape routes. The first prince and the other 2 on the high platform couldn't help but smile. Although it was just to test Qin Feiyang's strength, if he could make a fool of himself in front of everyone, it was still something to be happy about. Zhao Shuang'er frowned and said in a low voice, "Let's go help him." Luo Qingzhu nodded and suddenly grabbed Zhao Shuang'er and said, "Look at his expression." Expression? Zhao Shuang'er was stunned. She looked at Qin Feiyang's face and suddenly felt surprised. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's expression didn't have the slightest bit of panic. He was still so calm and relaxed. Where is his confidence? Zhao Shuang'er was suspicious. If it was someone else, facing the siege of the four youths, they would have been scared witless. However, this fellow didn't seem to take it to heart. In the blink of an eye, the four of them had ominous glints in their eyes. They were only half a step away from Qin Feiyang. He was about to be beaten up. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Feiyang took a step forward, and with a strange speed, he passed by the two young men from the martial emperor hall and the royal family, leaving the encirclement. That's right. His confidence comes from his auxiliary martial skills. Zhao Shuang'er's eyes lit up. How could this be? However, the four people's expressions suddenly changed. He quickly retracted his hand. But it was too late. The fist and the palm collided with each other. Their faces paled as their arms broke on the spot. In the meantime, like four meteorites, they flew out horizontally. Accompanied by a series of banging sounds, it smashed onto the ground more than 10 meters away. Puff! Immediately, a gush of hot blood rushed up to his throat, and he violently spat it out. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. There were even some people whose eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. Dead silence. They all thought that this time, Qin Feiyang would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. But in the end, not only did he dodge it easily, but he also seriously injured the four of them without any effort. Even during the entire process, he had his hands behind his back. Everyone could only see calmness, composure and confidence from him. The smiles on the faces of the eldest prince, Shuiyang and Lin Hao also froze. For 9-star martial masters were injured just like that? This was too ridiculous. One had to know that Qin Feiyang had not even made a move yet. Ah! At this moment, 2 more screams were heard. Everyone looked over and was stunned once again. Xie Fang and Wang Xia were both defeated by Ling Yunfei. The two of them were lying on the ground, their faces as pale as paper. Their bodies were twitching non-stop, and their mouths were foaming with blood. On the other hand, although Ling Yunfei was also injured, his eyes were like torches, and his spirit was hale and hearty. His fighting spirit was even stronger than before. Why did this happen? The eldest prince clenched his hands tightly together, his face gloomy to the extreme. Xie Fang and Wang Xia stood up and stared at Ling Yunfei with eyes full of disbelief. The same cultivation level. The same perfect martial skill. But why were the two of them still defeated by Ling Yunfei even when they joined hands? Ling Yunfei looked at the two of them with contempt, turned around and walked to Qin Feiyang, and said with an evil smile, "How is it?" "Amazing." Qin Feiyang gave him a thumbs up. Ling Yunfei twisted his arm and chuckled, "I haven't had enough fun yet. Don't make a move next, I alone am enough to deal with them." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, "Didn't you see? I haven't made a move yet." Ugh! Ling Yunfei was stunned. Looking at Qin Feiyang's hands behind his back, he immediately laughed out loud. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. In such a chaotic battlefield, the two of them still had the mood to talk and laugh there. It was enough to see how confident they were in themselves. And how disdainful they were to the other contestants. It was as if in their eyes, this competition was just a boring game. The eldest prince and the other two on the high platform, Xie Fang and the other 5 on the field, were all red in the face. Because Ling Yunfei's laughter was too ear-piercing. It was simply mocking their incompetence. Xie Fang and the other 5 looked at each other from a distance, and at the same time, they took out a supreme-grade healing pill and a bone-replenishing pill and consumed it. A shocking cold light flashed in their eyes. Fatso cried out, "Aya, some people fought with Jiang Laoda, and in the end, they even took the pills refined by Jiang Laoda. Isn't this embarrassing? Fat Lord thinks that he is already very shameless, but I didn't expect that there would be someone more shameless than Fat Lord. No, it should be called despicable." In front of countless people, Fatso ridiculed without restraint, and his saliva splattered everywhere. Xie Fang and the other 5 looked at him in unison, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Commander Su also looked at Fatso and said gloomily, I've already said that the people outside the field are not allowed to interrupt. Did you forget? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Lord Commander, you're in the wrong here. Did you hear Fat Lord mention names? Fat Lord is talking about some people. It could be him, or it could be him. How can you be so sure that Fat Lord is talking about the people on the field? Sir Commander, you represent the royal family. Is it really okay to make things out of nothing and slander others? Fatso said earnestly. I made things out of nothing. I slandered others. Commander Su was stunned when he heard it. When he came to his senses, a strong anger suddenly rose from his body. Fatso shrunk his neck and hid behind Shizheng. He stuck his head out and said with a trembling voice, Sir Commander, Fat Lord is just talking about the facts. Don't bully others with your power. Damn Fatso, get over here and accept your death. Commander Su was seething with anger. Bullying the weak, what kind of man are you? Fatso said angrily. This time. On the contrary, Fatso became the focus of everyone's attention. Even those teenagers who were fighting on the field stopped and looked at Fatso speechlessly. How could there be such a person in the world? Commander Su clenched his hands and his whole body was trembling with anger. I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, he let out an angry roar and jumped down from the high platform. Then, he rushed towards the fatty with a ferocious aura. Look, the palace commander is bullying others. The face of the royal family has been lost by him. Fatso hurriedly shouted. The eldest prince shouted, Commander Su, come back. However, Commander Su turned a deaf ear to him. He only had eyes for Fatso and wanted to cut him into pieces. I told you to come back, didn't you hear me? The eldest prince shouted. Commander Su quivered and suddenly came back to his senses. At that moment, his whole body was dripping with cold sweat. He secretly cursed, how could he be so stupid? If he really made a move here, then he would be knowingly breaking the law, which would add to his crime. This damned fat pig really had sinister intentions. Phew. He let out a long breath, turned around and jumped onto the high platform, bowed and said, I was confused for a moment, please forgive me, Your Highness. The eldest prince waved his hand and said, step aside. Yes. Commander Su responded respectfully and retreated behind the eldest prince. He raised his head and looked at Fatso, the murderous intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Count yourself lucky. Fatso snorted coldly. Don't think that he was really fooling around, in fact, he was very smart. The eldest prince took a step forward and coldly glanced at the square below. More than 1,300 people, until now, only 50 or 60 people were left. Except for Qin Feiyang, Luo Qianxue, and Zhao Shuang'er, the others were all injured. He silently calculated in his heart and shouted, continue. At the same time, he gave a look to Xie Fang and the others. The battle immediately began. But Xie Fang and the others did not deal with Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei anymore. Like hungry tigers pouncing on sheep, they rushed to kill the others. What's going on? Ling Yunfei was a little stunned. Isn't it because we're afraid of you? Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang'er walked over with a faint smile on their faces. Afraid of us? Ling Yunfei was slightly stunned, and then suddenly understood, and said with an evil smile, it's normal to be afraid of us. Normal? Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang'er were a little speechless. This person was really narcissistic. These kind of pampered young masters and young ladies will not understand the taste of people like us who crawled out from a pile of corpses. Ling Yunfei coldly laughed. That's true. Zhao Shuang'er nodded. One was pampered since childhood, the other lived on the edge of life and death since childhood. The difference between the two was not just a little. Especially the temperament and the state of the battle. While the four were chatting, Xie Fang and the others soon eliminated the rest of the participants. Although they were not the opponents of Qin Feiyang and Luo Qianxue, but to deal with the other youths, they could completely crush them. At this point, on the blood-stained square, only Qin Feiyang and the others were left. The eldest prince walked to the edge of the high platform and glanced at the 10 people. His gaze locked onto Ling Yunfei, and he coldly said, "Your right to participate in the competition is revoked." Revoked? Ling Yunfei frowned, and asked, "Why?" The eldest prince said, "I already said that you should stop when the time is right, but you ignored my order and deliberately harmed people's lives. Shouldn't you be disqualified? If I don't revoke your right, how can I convince the others?" Xie Fang and the others immediately laughed at his misfortune. What a joke. Qin Feiyang suddenly sneered, and walked in front of Ling Yunfei, looked up at the eldest prince, and said lightly, "Your Highness, think about it again." What did you say? Chapter 186. You can't remember? Then let me remind you. You said that everyone should stop when it's appropriate and try not to harm each other's lives. Your Highness, do you need me to explain the meaning of, try not to harm each other? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, but there was a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Fatso, who was outside the arena, could not help but nod and say, "That's right. You didn't say that we had to stop when it's appropriate. What right do you have to disqualify Ling Yunfei?" He added, "Is it because you're the first prince?" There was a cold glint in the first prince's eyes as he said faintly, "You're right, but you can't kill people as you wish." As you wish? I don't agree with that. When those people said that they were going to cripple Ling Yunfei, why didn't you jump out and disqualify them? If your Highness thinks that this is a competition organized by you and that you can do whatever you want, then I don't think there's any need for this competition to continue. Your Highness, it seems that I've offended you. Ling Yunfei, let's go. We've had enough fun. It's time to go back. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and walked out of the arena without hesitation. Ling Yunfei shook his head and laughed mockingly, then followed him out. Looking at the backs of the two, the first prince's face was almost distorted. All right, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Gather here 8 days later in the morning. Those who are late will be disqualified immediately. He said coldly, then turned and whispered a few words in Shui Yang's ear. Then, he led Lin Hao into the palace. It was obvious that he was extremely angry now. Clowns. Qin Feiyang sneered inwardly. He stopped and turned to look at the palace gate, his eyes flickering. Zhao Shuang'er followed Qin Feiyang's gaze and patted him on the shoulder in annoyance. She said unhappily, "What are you looking at? We came all the way here to find you. Are you going to leave us here? Find me?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He turned his head and looked at the two women in surprise. What do you think? We don't have the time to visit Yen City. Zhao Shuang'er rolled her eyes at him. Then why are you here? Qin Feiyang looked at them in confusion, then chuckled and said, "Could it be that you missed me so much that you came to throw yourself into my arms? I'm a little flattered." The two women looked at each other and gritted their teeth as they looked at him. Ling Yunfei's face twitched uncontrollably. She didn't expect this fellow to have such an indecent side. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed and smiled. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. You really haven't changed at all. You're still the same bastard. Luo Qianxue rolled her eyes at him and said calmly, "Actually, it was mother who sent me and sister Shuang, to testify for you." Aunt Shui. Qin Feiyang was stunned. A string in his heart was touched, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. At this moment, Shui Yang walked over and cupped his hands with a smile. "Miss Qingzhu, the first prince invites you to the palace for a chat, and this is Miss Shuang, Luo Qingzhu frowned and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Please tell him that I still have some private matters to deal with. I'll go and talk to him another day." Shui Yang glanced at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Okay, I'll tell him the truth." Luo Qingzhu tugged at Qin Feiyang's sleeve. After Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, he glanced at Shui Yang and turned to walk toward Fatso and Shi Zheng. Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, and Zhao Shuang quickly followed. Boss. Fatso came up and said flatteringly, "Are you satisfied with Fat Lord's performance just now?" "Very satisfied." "Keep it up." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile. Ling Yunfei put his arm around Fatso's shoulder and said with admiration, "Brother Fatty, I'm not convinced of anything but your mouth. It's too sharp and too awesome. I'm afraid that no one in Yen City will dare to provoke you in the future." Of course, Fat Lord's mouth is tempered thousands of times. If anyone is not convinced, come and fight. Fatso strode forward with his head held high and glanced at the crowd below the square. He had the attitude of a master of words. At this moment, a large number of people fled. See, Fat Lord is not to be trifled with. Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang and the others proudly. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The people who were in the limelight today were undoubtedly Ling Yunfei and Fatso. Ling Yunfei would definitely become the brightest star in Yen City in the future. As for Fatso, although his strength was not great, his mouth alone was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. In their hearts, Fatso was probably one of the people who should not be offended. Suddenly, a group of people surrounded them. They stood in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. "What do you want?" Shi Zheng stood in front of Qin Feiyang and looked at them vigilantly. "Elder Shi, don't misunderstand. We are here to thank young Master Jiang." An old man in front hurriedly said. "Young Master Jiang, my father has been suffering from internal injuries all these years. Ordinary healing pills can't cure him at all. Seeing his body getting worse day by day, I thought there was no hope. But a few days ago, I received a supreme healing pill from this fat brother. After taking it back and giving it to him, his internal injuries were healed. Young Master Jiang, you are my father's savior. Please accept my 3 bows." A middle-aged man in tattered clothes walked out of the crowd with tears in his eyes. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Qin Feiyang hurriedly ran down and helped him up. He smiled and said, "Big brother, a word of thanks is enough. There is no need for such a big bow." It could be seen that this person's family was not well off. His strength was not strong. He belonged to the lowest class of people in Yen City. To Qin Feiyang, a peak-quality healing pellet was something he could easily refine. However, to this person, it might be an extravagant hope. The middle-aged man was very excited and said, "Young Master Jiang, in fact, we have wanted to thank you in person for a long time, but we never had the chance." "Yes, you are too busy. Young Master Jiang, you are much better than those people from the famous families. You are so young, but your heart is so kind. God will bless you. Yes, good people will definitely be rewarded." Everyone's face was full of grateful smiles. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Thank you, everyone. I will continue to distribute pills to help more people. Young Master is so kind. The people of Yen City are blessed." Everyone was overjoyed. The middle-aged man said loudly, "Everyone, quiet down and listen to me. Young Master Jiang is very busy, let's not waste too much of his time." "Yes, yes, yes. Everyone, move aside and let young Master Jiang pass. Take care, young master. Farewell, young Master Jiang." The people retreated to the side and bowed to send him off. This scene shook the hearts of everyone in the square. Commander Su, Shui Yang, the black-armored guards, Shi Zheng, Luo Qingzhu, and Zhao Shuang, were all present. They did not expect the current Qin Feiyang to be so popular. He was afraid that as long as he said a word, half of the people in Yen City would stand on his side. After Qin Feiyang's group left, Shui Yang, Xie Fang, and the others looked at each other and quickly turned to enter the palace. In a dazzling hall, the eldest prince sat on the golden throne with his head lowered and said nothing. His face was gloomy as water. Lin Hao stood on the left side of the throne, his face was also ashen. "Greetings, Your Highness." Shui Yang and the others walked into the hall and bowed. The eldest prince raised his head and looked at them, anger boiling in his heart. Shui Yang's heart trembled as he tactfully walked to Lin Hao's side. Xie Fang and the others did not dare to move. They lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the eldest prince. What a bunch of useless trash. You can't even force Jiang Haoyan to make a move. What can I expect from you? The eldest prince's anger finally exploded as he pointed at the six and cursed. Xie Fang hurriedly said, "Your Highness, please listen to my explanation." "Explanation? You swore to me that you could kill Jiang Haoyan. But what happened in the end? You can't even kill Ling Yunfei. What else do you have to explain?" The eldest prince suddenly stood up and rushed to Xie Fang, shouting. Xie Fang lowered his head again, his face pale. "And you? What did you say in front of me? Ling Yunfei is just a piece of trash, not worth mentioning. And now? Tell me, who is the trash?" The eldest prince glanced at Wang Xia and the others and sneered. Wang Xia and the others were even more ashamed. They also did not expect that this unknown person was actually so ridiculously strong. The eldest prince glanced coldly at the six and returned to the golden throne. He looked at Shui Yang and said, "Why isn't Luo Qingzhu here?" Shui Yang said, "She said that she has some private matters to deal with and will come to find you another day. But according to my observation, her so-called private matters might be about Jiang Haoyan." Smack! The eldest prince angrily slapped the armrest of the throne. Why was it that no matter where he was or who he met, it was always related to this bastard? There's one more thing. Now, the people of Yen City have a good impression of Jiang Haoyan. Shui Yang recounted the scene he saw in the square in detail. So, he gave out free pills to please the people of Yen City. Lin Hao frowned. It can't be that simple. The eldest prince shook his head. Lin Hao and the others looked at the eldest prince in surprise. Why don't you think that as a peak-grade alchemist with the Martial Imperial Hall as his backing, does he need to please those ordinary people? Moreover, he doesn't seem like a charitable person. There must be some unspeakable secret. Xinchang, have you heard anything from the Martial Imperial Hall? The eldest prince looked at the disciple of the Martial Imperial Hall and asked. Xinchang thought for a moment and shook his head, "No. I even went to inquire about it, but even Fatso and Lu Hong, who are closest to Jiang Haoyan, don't know the reason." Even they don't know? The eldest prince and the others were in disbelief. "Your Highness, you don't have to worry about this matter. It doesn't matter if he has a purpose. I don't believe that ordinary people can threaten us." Xinchang said with disdain. "That's true." The eldest prince nodded and glanced at them. He waved his hand and said, "You guys go back first. I need to think about how to make Jiang Haoyan fall into eternal damnation in the finals." After thinking for a moment, he added, "Also, pay attention to Jiang Haoyan's whereabouts in the next few days." "Yes." Shui Yang and the others bowed in response before turning around and leaving with large strides. Only Lin Hao remained behind. Chapter 187. Flying Phoenix House. In a luxurious pavilion, Qin Feiyang and the others gathered together. Zhao Shuang looked at Qin Feiyang with a complicated expression and shook her head. "When I first met you, I really didn't expect you to be a top-grade alchemist." Qin Feiyang picked up his wine glass, sipped it gently, and said with a faint smile, "At that time, even I didn't know that I had talent in alchemy." Zhao Shuang said, "In short, your current achievements are really beyond my expectations." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "What about you? Is everything going well in Xingyue City?" "Quite well. At that time, I passed the assessment very easily. In less than 2 months, I became a core disciple again. Of course, I have to thank Sister Qingzhu for giving me the Qi gathering pill and letting me use the cultivation room. My cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. A few days ago, I took the top-grade red fire glass pill you gave me, and now I'm barely a 9-star martial master. Zhao Shuang smiled playfully. 9-star martial master. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. Zhao Shuang was about the same age as them. She had also broken through to 9-star martial master. How could these men endure it? You relied on your own efforts, and I relied on the guidance of the law enforcement elder. We can't be compared. Zhao Shuang said modestly. The law enforcement elder also gave me a lot of guidance. Ling Yunfei smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Shuang, and then at Ling Yunfei. Ling Yunfei had been suppressed since he was young, which delayed his cultivation. Although Zhao Shuang didn't have such an experience, she was just a disciple of a little guy in Iron Ox Town, and her cultivation conditions were not much better. It seemed that the martial arts talent of the two was not much different. He looked at Luo Qingzhu again. She had been a proud daughter of heaven since she was young, and she had been doted on by thousands of people. Her starting point was not much higher than Ling Yunfei's, and her strength should be stronger than theirs. Zhao Shuang joked, Sister Qingzhu's cultivation realm, you'd better not know, so as not to be shocked. So powerful? Stunned, Fatso asked curiously, tell me about it. 2-star martial ancestor. Zhao Shuang said. Suck. Other than Qin Feiyang, everyone sucked in a cold breath. They guessed that Luo Qingzhu's cultivation was definitely not low. After all, her status was there. But who would have thought that he would be so ridiculously strong? Jiang Haotian, did you suffer a blow? Zhao Shuang giggled. It's all right. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. His heart was not that weak. Furthermore, if it weren't for the fact that he had wasted too much time copying the Huan formula, his current cultivation might have already caught up with Feng Ling Air. The few of them chatted until midnight before leaving the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. In the following 8 days, Qin Feiyang completely let go of his worries. Sometimes he would go out with Feng Ling Air to relax, and sometimes he would go shopping with Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang. Don't say it. After a few days, he felt more relaxed than ever. On the night before the finals, Qin Feiyang came to the law enforcement hall alone. What's the matter? In the lounge, Elder Wan sat by the tea table and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, I want to see the hall master. See the hall master? Elder Wan was stunned and asked doubtfully, why do you want to see him? Qin Feiyang said truthfully, I want to use the hall master's power to open the door of potential. Elder Wan's face twitched and said disdainfully, kid, don't daydream. Go back and cultivate. Elder, I'm not joking. Qin Feiyang was a little helpless. Indeed, the door of potential was difficult to open, but there was no need to be so disdainful. Elder Wan was completely frozen. After a long time, he came back to his senses. He got up and walked in front of Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Haotian, this old man knows that your martial arts talent is not worse than your alchemy talent, but this kind of unrealistic thing, it's better not to delude yourself, okay? Qin Feiyang had a wry smile on his face. He really wanted to tear off his clothes and let Elder One see the potential mark on his chest. However, he couldn't help but have this impulse. He smiled faintly and said, Elder, it's because of this that I have to pursue higher things, so that I won't let down the talent that God has given me. Why are you so stubborn? I'm doing this for your own good. Can't you just listen to me? Elder Wan was a little angry. Qin Feiyang said, if I don't do it now, I will definitely regret it in the future. But this is unrealistic, do you understand? Elder Wan blew his beard and glared at him, extremely angry. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, where there is a will, there is a way. If you don't try, who knows what will happen in the end? Elder, this junior doesn't want to leave any regrets, please help me. Elder Wan was physically and mentally exhausted. He could be considered to have seen countless people, but this was the first time he had met such a stubborn kid. Follow me. Looking at Qin Feiyang helplessly, Elder Wan turned around and walked out. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and quickly followed. If it was in the imperial capital, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Because in the imperial capital, there was a place specially set up to open the door to potential. As long as one met the conditions, they could enter and give it a try. However, there were very few people who could successfully open it. Not to mention someone like him, who wanted to break through the limit of this realm every time he reached a new realm. So, he could only go to the palace master for help. The palace master of the martial imperial palace was at least an 8-star war emperor. If he fully released his pressure, it would be enough to give him a strong sense of oppression. Of course. Elder Wan and Elder Ji could do it too. However, Qin Feiyang wanted to be safer. A moment later, Elder Wan led Qin Feiyang to a courtyard. All around, the scenery of the mountains and rivers was pleasant. This was the most secluded corner of the martial imperial palace. It was also the forbidden area of the martial imperial palace. Other than Elder Wan and Elder Ji, no one dared to step in. Elder Wan said loudly, "Palace Master, Jiang Haotian wants to see you. Bring him in." Not long later, a calm voice rang out from the pavilion within the courtyard. When the two of them entered the living room of the pavilion, they saw the martial imperial palace master sitting in front of the tea table with a faint smile on his face. "Greetings, Palace Master." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and bowed. "What's the matter?" the martial imperial palace master asked doubtfully. "It's like this," Elder Wan simply explained. "Open the door of potential." The martial imperial palace master was extremely surprised. Qin Feiyang was also quite nervous. Boom! All of a sudden, a monstrous pressure roared out from the martial imperial palace master's body. Qin Feiyang immediately felt that the surrounding space seemed to be frozen. He couldn't even move his feet. Even the blood in his body stopped flowing. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Gradually, he began to feel suffocated. The veins and blood vessels all over his body were exposed from under his skin. His facial features were almost distorted, making him look somewhat sinister. Fortunately, at this moment, the martial imperial palace master retracted his pressure. Qin Feiyang directly laid on the ground, gasping for breath. On his forehead, there were bean-sized beads of sweat dripping onto the ground. His face was also as pale as paper. The martial imperial palace master said, "How do you feel my pressure?" "Who?" Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, stood up, looked at him, and nodded, "Very strong." One had to know. He was only a 9-star martial master right now, how could he withstand the pressure of an 8-star war emperor? The martial imperial palace master shook his head and said, "Although my pressure is very strong, it is still unable to help you break through the warrior's extreme realm. In the end, it is very likely that you will die under my pressure." Elder Wan nodded and said, "That's right. If this method worked, all the disciples of our martial imperial palace would have already opened the door of potential. So, you should give up." No one understood these principles better than Qin Feiyang. Because in the past, he had tried countless times in the imperial capital, but he had failed every time. But now, he was full of confidence. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Palace Master, I want to try my best." The martial imperial palace master was stunned. Originally, he thought that after explaining the pros and cons, this kid would give up. He didn't expect that he would insist on doing so. "Old Wan, you were right. This kid has a stubborn temper." He looked at Elder Wan and said helplessly. Elder Wan smiled bitterly. The martial imperial palace master looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "All right, since you won't cry until you enter the coffin, I will fulfill your wish. Are you ready?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Not now, but tomorrow at the first prince's wedding ceremony." "What? You want to do this at the first prince's wedding ceremony?" The two of them were dumbfounded. Wasn't this clearly trying to steal the first prince's limelight? What the hell was this little bastard thinking in his head? Kid, you better think carefully. It would be best if you succeed, because you will create a miracle and your name will spread throughout the world. But if you fail, not only will you offend the royal family, you will also become the laughing stock of the world. Elder One tried his best to persuade him. I've thought it through. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said word by word with determination in his eyes. The two of them looked at each other, and the helplessness in their hearts couldn't be described with words. The martial Imperial Palace Master said, "All right, I'll go crazy with you this time. I hope you can really do it. Also, don't forget your promise with Elder Ji." Promise? Qin Feiyang was stunned. I knew you were going to act shamelessly. Elder One stared at him and snorted, "Let me remind you. You said that as long as we invite you to join the Martial Imperial Palace tomorrow, you will nod your head and agree." Qin Feiyang slapped his head and nodded, "That is indeed the case. Please don't worry, I will not go back on my words." Hee hee. The two of them laughed. Because they couldn't think of a reason not to invite him. Qin Feiyang thanked him and turned around to leave. Back at the soothing lake. He stood by the lakeside and looked at the calm surface of the lake. His eyes gradually became sharp. Fatso and Lu Heng walked to his side. Fatso smiled, "Boss, tomorrow is the day of the showdown. Are you ready? But even if you fail and live a life of running for your life, we will continue to follow you." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them with a gentle gaze. Fatso said unhappily, "Why are you thanking us? Aren't you being too polite?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, "Your main task tomorrow is to watch Lin Chang. Before I say anything, don't let him come out and cause trouble." "No problem." The two of them nodded. At the same time, Wolf King in the ancient castle became excited. Chapter 188. The three of them stood by the lake for the whole night. Apart from the initial conversation, they did not say anything else. The morning sun rose. Everything came back to life. Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky and muttered, "I hope everything will go as I wish." He retracted his gaze and looked at Fatso. "Call Lin Chang out and get ready to go." "Okay." Fatso turned and ran into the attic. After a while, he walked out with Lin Chang. "Are you confident?" Lin Chang hurried to Qin Feiyang and asked in a low voice. "No one is confident in this kind of thing." Qin Feiyang said lightly and walked toward the wooden bridge. Shizhen also jumped down from the balcony and followed closely behind him. The square outside the palace. At this moment, the place was decorated with lanterns and colored banners and loud music. There was a red carpet on the ground that led to the center of the square. There were dozens of chairs neatly placed there. Beside each chair was a wooden table that was exquisitely carved. Plates of fragrant and sweet fruits were placed on top of the table. Of course, wine was indispensable. Outside the square. Before dawn, there was a sea of people gathered. All around. The palace guards were like javelins. Their bodies were straight and their eyes were sharp. The long spears in their hands were shining with shocking sharpness. Commander Su and Lin Hao stood at the entrance of the square, welcoming the guests with smiles on their faces. Family Head Qi has arrived. Family Head Li has arrived. Family Head He has arrived. The first to arrive were the family heads of the major families in Yen City. Beside them were one or two teenagers or young men. After all, this was a good opportunity to curry favor with the eldest prince. Xie Fang and the other five had already arrived. They gathered at the side and discussed in low voices. "Why isn't Jiang Haoyan here yet?" "Don't worry, he will come." "That's right. All the big shots in Yen City will be here today. He won't miss this good opportunity to perform. In the arena later, I must make him kneel and beg for mercy." A cold light flashed in their eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, a few figures broke through the air and landed in the center of the square. They were Jiang Zhengyi, Manager Li, Luo Qingzhu, and Zhao Shuang'er. Lin Hao hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists. Pavilion Master Jiang, Manager Li, please take a seat. Pavilion Master Jiang nodded. Big shots like him and Manager Li naturally sat in the first row. The patriarchs of the clans who had arrived first also stood up to welcome them. As for the young people, their gazes wandered around Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang'er's bodies. They were filled with amazement. A short while later, Ma Cheng, Jia He, and Elder He also arrived. Shui Yang, Wang Xia, and Xie Fang immediately ran to their side. Lin Hao walked to Shen Chang's side and said in a low voice, Shen Chang, what is your Martial Imperial Hall doing? Why isn't he here yet? Just as Shen Chang was about to speak, he suddenly raised his head to look at the distant sky and said in a low voice, they're here. Lin Hao looked up. Decisively, several figures streaked across the sky and landed on the square. They were the Martial King Hall's Hall Master, Elder Wan, and Elder Ji. Beside him were Qin Feiyang, Feng Ling Er, Ling Yunfei, Fatso, and Shi Zheng. Greetings to the three lords. Greetings to the Hall Master. Greetings to the two elders. Lin Hao and Shen Chang hurriedly ran over and bowed. The Martial King Hall's Hall Master glanced at Shen Chang and said indifferently, although there are some things that I don't object to, sometimes you have to distinguish your own position. Shen Chang's body stiffened. It was obvious. He had helped the first prince to deal with Qin Feiyang, which had already caused the Hall Master's dissatisfaction. Lin Hao's eyes flashed slightly as he smiled, Lords, please take a seat. The Martial King Hall's Hall Master turned around and glanced at the people on the seats. He walked straight to Jiang Zhengyi's side and deliberately distanced himself from the three heads of the Danwang Hall. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, Fatso, you guys go outside. Fatso and Lu Hong nodded and led Lin Chang out of the square, standing in the first row of the crowd. Shi Zheng was also beside the three of them. Qin Feiyang, Ling Yunfei, and Feng Ling Er turned around and walked behind Elder Wan and the other two, standing side by side. Shen Chang hesitated for a moment and also walked over. But no one paid attention to him. They directly treated him as heir, making him feel very awkward. Jiang Zhengyi chatted with the Martial King Hall's Hall Master for a while, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, I heard from my daughter that you guys know each other. Qin Feiyang nodded. Manager Li smiled and asked, Brother Jiang, now can you tell us what kind of pill you are going to refine? As soon as these words came out, Qin Feiyang became the focus of attention. Jiang Zhengyi was very curious. The Martial King Hall's Hall Master and the other two were very puzzled. The others felt a chill in their hearts as they looked at Qin Feiyang one after another. Their eyes carried a trace of flattery. Ma Cheng and the other two in the Danwang Hall looked a little gloomy. They were all alchemy masters and the leaders of the Danwang Hall. But now when it came to pills, the first thing that came to everyone's mind was Qin Feiyang, not them. This made them feel very embarrassed, and jealousy rose in their hearts. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd, then looked at Manager Li and the others and said with a smile, This is a secret. Manager Li immediately rolled his eyes. However, his words piqued everyone's curiosity. So secretive. Could it be that he had refined some amazing pill again? Everyone pondered in their hearts. It seemed that they had to find a chance to build a relationship with this person. Ling Yunfei walked to Shen Chang and whispered, Can you tell us how the first prince is going to deal with us today? I don't know. Shen Chang shook his head. Ling Yunfei smiled evilly and said, For him, you don't even care about the friendship of your sect. How can you not know? I don't want to talk nonsense with you. If you have the ability, let's meet in the arena. Shen Chang said in a low voice. At this moment, Elder Wan and Elder Ji turned to look at Shen Chang, their eyes were very calm. But Shen Chang immediately lowered his head, his heart at a loss. Ling Yunfei lifted the corner of his mouth and pursed a trace of sarcasm. He walked to Qin Feiyang and whispered to Luo Qingzhu and the others. King Yan has arrived. King Yan has arrived. Not long after, accompanied by a loud and clear voice, the king of Yen and the eldest prince walked out of the palace, surrounded by a group of maidservants. Both father and son looked very happy today. The first prince was wearing a brand new golden robe, and a belt embroidered with gold was tied around his waist. He looked particularly energetic. He followed behind King Yen and bowed to everyone one by one. But when he saw Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei, a cold light flashed in his eyes. King Yen walked to the front and said with a smile, "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend my son's wedding ceremony. If there is anything that is not satisfactory, please forgive me." Next, it was inevitable for them to be polite. Qin Feiyang had seen too many of such scenes, and he was conflicted from the bottom of his heart. Especially when he saw those hypocritical faces, his heart was full of disgust. The first prince walked to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang, have you finished refining the elixirs?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang smiled, took out a jade box from his arms and handed it over. The first prince opened it and took a look. There were exactly 5 supreme-grade red fire glaze elixirs. At the same time, the eyes of the young people of the big families also became scorching hot. Everyone wanted the supreme-grade red fire glaze elixirs, but few people could afford the high price. The most important thing was, even if they had the money, they might not be able to buy it. Because the quantity was too rare, even the treasure pavilion did not have any stock. The first prince put away the jade box and said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Jiang. There is one more thing I want to ask Brother Jiang. Even if Brother Jiang is defeated in the finals, you must come to the royal banquet." "Okay," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Then it's settled." The first prince smiled and turned to talk with the young people of the other families. Feng Ling said, "It seems that he thinks that you will be defeated." Qin Feiyang looked at Xie Fang and the other 6 people and said with a smile, "Then let's wait and see." Zhao Shuang looked around and said, "The groom is here, why hasn't the bride come yet? I really want to see Yi's appearance now." Although the Zhao family and the Lin family had disputes over interests, they were also good friends. Ling Yunfei shook his head and said, "It's not you who is getting married, why are you in such a hurry?" Zhao Shuang, was about to speak. Chirp. But suddenly, a loud eagle cry sounded in the sky and spread in all directions. Everyone stopped talking and looked up. They saw a huge iron eagle, spreading its wings and soaring from a distance. Seeing the iron eagle, everyone knew who it was. Because only the Lin family's mount was an iron eagle. And this iron eagle was the mount of the Lin family's family master, Lin Han. Although Yen City had rules that prohibited flying beast, today was a special day. No one would blame the Lin family for doing this. However, no one noticed it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. When he was in Iron Ox Town, this iron eagle also chased after him. Woo woo. With a gust of wind, the iron eagle landed on the square. 4 people stood on its back. The leader was a red-haired old man. He had his hands behind his back, his eyes were bright, and his whole body exuded a strong aura. Lin Han and Lin Yi stood behind the old man. On the right side of Lin Yi, there was a charming lady. The eldest prince strode over and bowed to the red-haired old man, "Greetings, Senior Lin." The red-haired old man stepped on the ground and said with a smile, "Today is your wedding with Yi. Let's skip these customs. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take Yi." "Yes, yes." The eldest prince nodded repeatedly and reached out to pull Lin Yi. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Yi deliberately avoided him and walked down from the iron eagle's back. The smile on the eldest prince's face suddenly froze. Lin Han frowned and said with a smile, "Eldest prince, don't mind her. After all, there are so many people. It's normal for Yi to be shy." The eldest prince regained his smile and nodded, "Uncle is right." He bowed to the lady again, "Greetings, Auntie." The lady smiled and said, "You should change the way you address me later. Change the way I address you. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. I'm afraid this address will never be changed. At the same time, Lin Cheng, who was outside the square, clenched his hands together tightly. His face was full of resentment. Originally, the person standing next to Yi at this moment should be him. But now, as her biological father, he could only watch from the sidelines. He hated it. Chapter 189. Fatso pressed his shoulder and whispered, "Behave yourself. If you ruin the boss's plan, even if the boss doesn't kill you, Fat Lord will kill you." Lu Hong whispered, "You don't have to kill him. When his identity is exposed, the first person to kill him will be Lin Han." Hearing this, Lin Cheng trembled physically and mentally. He immediately dispelled the thought in his heart. In the square, Lin Yi followed Lin Han and the others, walking along the red carpet towards King Yen. She wore a golden floor-length dress with a headdress like a phoenix coronet on her head. She was less pure and more noble than before. However, there was not the slightest bit of joy on her delicate face. Even that pair of lively eyes seemed a little empty at this moment. She was married. But the person she was going to marry was not him. She really hoped that he could suddenly appear and take her away. She would follow him without hesitation. No matter what hardships she would experience in the future, she was willing to do so. But she knew that this was an extravagant hope. He might have forgotten her. He might have even forgotten that today was the day she got married to another man. Like a walking corpse, she followed Lin Han and bowed to one unfamiliar face after another. Even when she saw her former good friend, Zhao Shuanger, her eyes were dull. When she passed by Qin Feiyang, she didn't realize that this was the man she wanted to see. Sigh. Zhao Shuanger sighed secretly. It was obvious how much Lin Yi hated this wedding. However, she, who had no status and no strong background, could only choose to obey. The world was so cruel. But fortunately, Qin Feiyang came. This wedding was destined to be unsuccessful. Qin Feiyang was also distressed. The original Lin Yi was so simple and kind. But now, these were no longer on her face. He wanted to stand up now and stop this unequal wedding, but reason told him that now was not the time. Ling Yunfei glanced at him and whispered, "I know you love her very much, but don't be impulsive." Qin Feiyang nodded. After a while, after Lin Yi saluted, she followed Lin Han and sat on the main seat. The King of Yen looked at the eldest prince and smiled. "Didn't you organize a competition? Since everyone is here, let's begin." "Yes." The first prince replied respectfully. He got up and strode to the center of the square. He looked around in high spirits. "I believe that everyone has been looking forward to this finals for a long time. I'm the same as everyone else. I'm really looking forward to seeing which young genius will be able to suppress everyone and take the first place. I won't talk about anything else. I'll just talk about the rules of the finals. First, you are not allowed to kill anyone. Second, you are not allowed to use any weapons. Thirdly, during the competition, you are not allowed to take any pills. Anyone who violates the rules will be disqualified. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, I will personally host the finals. The opponents will be decided by drawing lots. Now, let's invite the 10 participating young geniuses to draw lots." With a wave of his hand, the first prince took out a bamboo tube. There were 10 bamboo sticks in the bamboo tube. Looking at the 10 bamboo sticks, the first prince's eyes flashed. In the meantime, Xia Fang and the other 5 walked out and walked towards the first prince. "Let's go," Qin Feiyang said lightly and led Ling Yunfei over. Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang also followed. When the 10 people walked up, the first prince said with a smile, "There's a number on the other end of the bamboo stick. Those who draw 1 and 9 will start the first round. I'll draw first." Xia Fang walked forward and blocked everyone's view. The first prince looked down at the bamboo stick on the left. Xie Fang directly took the bamboo stick. Xie Fang stepped back and Wang Xia followed. Under the first prince's instructions, she also took out a bamboo stick. Then it was Xin Chang, and the three youths from the Lin family and the royal family. Finally, it was Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, and Zhao Shuang. All of this. Qin Feiyang saw it all. Although he didn't know the actual situation, he could imagine that the first prince would definitely do something. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you can play. He took a step forward, took the last bamboo stick, looked down, and said indifferently, "Number 5, who is the other one?" "Me." A teenager from the royal family stood up and looked at him provocatively. Ling Yunfei followed and asked, "Then who is number 1?" Because the bamboo stick in his hand was number 9. In other words, he was the first to appear. "It's me." Xin Chang waved the bamboo stick. The corner of Ling Yunfei's mouth lifted, and he threw away the bamboo slip, saying, "Then let's begin." The others tactfully retreated to the distance. The first prince looked at the two of them and said, "I'll say it again, stop here, begin." As soon as he finished, he took a step back. At the same time, Xin Chang took the lead to rush towards Ling Yunfei, his entire body erupting with a powerful aura, the true qi in his palm gushing out. The moment the illusionary palm came out, 9 afterimages flashed in the air, too much for the eye to take in. At this moment, the three giants of the martial imperial palace couldn't help but frown. Even if you want to be a lackey, you have to choose the right person. Ling Yunfei laughed sarcastically, stepped on the origin returning steps, and easily dodged the attack of the illusionary palm. "Let me tell you, you won't be arrogant for long." Xin Chang sneered, and suddenly took a step forward, quickly approaching Ling Yunfei. His speed was actually twice as fast as before. Ling Yunfei was surprised. Was this an auxiliary martial skill? Surprised? What's even more surprising is yet to come. Xin Chang laughed complacently, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched tightly, and a punch was thrown out. This punch actually carried a faint trace of domineering aura. It was as if an overlord had descended. Overlord Fist. Ling Yunfei frowned. Even the overlord fist was taught to this person, the first prince was truly generous. Now you still dare to say that you're not someone's lackey? Ling Yunfei sneered, the heart-lock-killing fist suddenly attacked, and collided with Xin Chang's fist. Bang! At that moment, the two of them retreated. However, Xin Chang only retreated 2 steps before he stabilized his body. Then he dived again, rushing to the front of Ling Yunfei, and the illusionary palm hit him head-on. The palm wind was extremely fierce. "This is impossible." Ling Yunfei frowned, and used the origin returning steps to the limit, narrowly avoiding the palm. At the same time, a glint flashed through Qin Feiyang's eyes. Both of them were 9-star martial masters, and both of them had perfect martial skills, so their strength should be equal. But why did Xin Chang only take 2 steps back? Moreover, Ling Yunfei's mouth overflowed with a trace of blood. Xin Chang's face was only pale. He did not believe that Xin Chang had already broken through to 1-star martial ancestor. Because the strength of a martial ancestor was at least 10 times stronger than a 9-star martial master. If he was really a 1-star martial ancestor, Ling Yunfei would have already fallen to the ground with serious injuries. "What are you running for? If you have the guts, fight me head-on." Xin Chang continued to provoke Ling Yunfei while chasing after him. "Humph!" Ling Yunfei snorted coldly, stomped his foot on the ground, and did not continue to dodge. True Qi gushed out, and a punch was thrown out. "Overlord Fist!" Xin Chang shouted in a low voice, and his fist was covered with true Qi. The 2 fists met with a loud bang. Thump! The previous situation appeared once again. Ling Yunfei kept retreating, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. But Xin Chang only took 2 steps back, and then pounced towards Ling Yunfei. Ling Yunfei used the origin returning steps and continued to dodge. Luo Qingzhu said, something's wrong. Zhao Shuang said, with Ling Yunfei's strength and actual combat experience, Shen Chang can't be his opponent. There must be a problem. Qin Feiyang raised his head and glanced at Xie Fang and the others. On their faces, there was a trace of a smug sneer. What's wrong? He looked at Shen Chang again, and his brows were tightly knitted into a line. The martial Imperial Hall Master and the others were also a little suspicious. Didn't they say that Ling Yunfei defeated Xie Fang and Wang Xia by himself? But why did it seem that it didn't live up to the name now? In order to deal with you, I have put in a lot of effort. I even took the risk of being blamed by my father to teach them the Overlord Fist. If they can't win like this, then they are really trash. The eldest prince crossed his arms in front of his chest with a bright smile on his face. But then, his heart sank again. Because he suddenly realized that Ling Yunfei's speed was at least twice as fast as Shen Chang's. In other words, the auxiliary martial skill that Ling Yunfei mastered was a perfect martial skill. If he continued to hide like this, it would probably become a big problem. Damn it! Even a low-level auxiliary martial skill was very rare, let alone a perfect level auxiliary martial skill. Where did this person get it? Shen Chang's auxiliary martial skill was actually given by him. And in order to get this martial skill, he used all his connections, spent 3 days, and paid a huge price. In the end, it didn't work at all. How annoying! It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and shouted to Ling Yunfei, take off his clothes. N? The eldest prince looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Did he see through it so quickly? Clothes? Ling Yunfei was stunned. Although he didn't know what was going on, he didn't doubt Qin Feiyang's words at all. The next moment, he took the initiative to attack. After a few exchanges, he grabbed Shen Chang's clothes and pulled hard. With a poochie sound, Shen Chang's clothes were torn off on the spot. Inside, there was also a thin undergarment. But Qin Feiyang could tell at a glance that it was not undergarment, but soft armor. Soft armor, soft as silk. Not only could it play a defensive role, it could also help Shen Chang remove a portion of the external force. This was the reason why Ling Yunfei had suffered so many losses. Qin Feiyang looked at the eldest prince and frowned. What explanation do you have? I don't know either. The eldest prince shook his head and said innocently, although I said just now that weapons are not allowed, soft armor is a defensive armor and can't be considered a weapon, so Shen Chang didn't break the rules. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He retracted his gaze and looked at the two people in the field. Meeting such a shameless person, he was helpless and didn't want to waste his breath. He said indifferently, Ling Yunfei, Shen Chang has a soft armor to protect his body. It's not unbreakable, observe carefully. How to break it? Ling Yunfei muttered secretly, dodging while observing Shen Chang. Very quickly. He understood. Chapter 190. Ha, let's see how you break through my defense. Shen Chang laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery that could not be dispersed. It's too easy to break through your defense. Ling Yunfei took a few steps forward and circled behind Shen Chang like lightning. His palm was like a blade as he slapped the back of Shen Chang's head. With a bang, Shen Chang fell to the ground and fainted. You should be glad. If it wasn't for that stupid rule, your head would have exploded. Ling Yunfei laughed disdainfully. He turned to look at the first prince and said indifferently, why aren't you announcing the result? Defeated? The first prince was stunned. Xie Fang and the others were also dumbfounded. The crowd outside the arena was even more dumbfounded. Wasn't this victory too easy? Even the big shots in the square were a little stunned. Jiang Zhengyi sighed, this Jiang Haotian is indeed not simple. His calm attitude when facing trouble is simply terrifying. Manager Li laughed, although it was because of Jiang Haotian's reminder, if Ling Yunfei wasn't smart enough, he wouldn't have been able to react. This kid is indeed a talent. Jiang Zhengyi looked at the martial imperial hall master and said helplessly, Yan Nanshan, why are you so lucky? A few years ago, Feng Ling heir came and the limelight hasn't passed yet. Now, there's another Ling Yunfei. It's impossible not to be jealous. Even if you're jealous, you can only stare. Yan Nanshan's face was full of smiles. He was very pleased with himself. In fact, he was also surprised. As the martial imperial hall master, he couldn't pay attention to every disciple. He knew that Ling Yunfei was Ling Feng's son, but he didn't know the details. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes today, he wouldn't have known that another monster had come to the martial imperial hall. A 16-year-old 9-star martial master with such astonishing battle awareness and actual combat experience could only be described as monstrous. On the other hand, he didn't look at Xin Chang anymore, as if he didn't treat him as a disciple of the martial imperial hall. If someone was happy, there would naturally be someone who was worried. The Lin family, the royal family, and the Danwang Hall were all very unhappy. The first prince even gave the overlord fist to Xin Chang. Even a fool could see that he was deliberately targeting Qin Feiyang and his group. If he succeeded, everyone would be happy. However, Xin Chang was defeated. This was not Xin Chang's face, but the first prince's. More importantly, today was the wedding ceremony of the eldest prince and Lin Yi. Such a thing was simply discrediting the royal family and the Lin family. As for the Danwang Hall, there was no reason for them to hate Ling Yunfei. If he had to find a reason, he could only blame Ling Yunfei for being Qin Feiyang's friend. In short, they had already lost their minds. They hated anyone related to Qin Feiyang. Seeing that the eldest prince was in a daze for a long time, the king of Yen felt embarrassed and shouted, "Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and announce the results." The first prince quivered and came back to his senses. A bright smile quickly crept onto his face. Congratulations to Ling Yunfei for advancing to the next round of the competition. Even if he was reluctant, he could only force a smile now. Let's see how long you can pretend. Ling Yunfei sneered secretly, turned around, and walked toward Qin Feiyang with Guiyuan steps. The first prince looked at his back, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. After asking Commander Su to carry Xin Chang down, he smiled and said, "Next, number 2 and number 8 will compete." On Qin Feiyang's side, Zhao Shuang'er walked out. On the opposite side was Xie Fang. It turns out to be just her. Xie Fang glanced at Zhao Shuang'er with disdain in his heart. The two stood opposite each other, separated by 10 meters. Xie Fang bowed like a gentleman and smiled, "Miss Shuang'er, I never bully women. You should take the initiative to admit defeat." "Really?" Zhao Shuang'er asked timidly. Xie Fang nodded, seeming to want to say something. Swish. But at this moment, Zhao Shuang'er took a step forward, like a breeze, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Xie Fang. It was Gale's steps. Following closely, she stretched out her hand and slapped the back of Xie Fang's head like Ling Yunfei did to Xin Chang. Bang! At this moment, Xie Fang fell to the ground like a dog eating shit, with a black and blue nose and swollen eyes. Immediately, Zhao Shuang'er stepped on Xie Fang's back, revealing an innocent smile, and asked, "Now tell me, who bullied who?" Xie Fang was completely confused. Until now, he still didn't know what had happened. The first prince and Wang Xia were also dumbstruck. The sea of people outside the arena fell into a dead silence. Defeated Xie Fang in one move. This little girl was too fierce, wasn't she? Only Qin Feiyang and the other two were not surprised at all. Because they knew that Zhao Shuang'er's strength was not only a 9-star martial master, but also mastered the perfect auxiliary martial skill Gale steps. Even if Xie Fang went all out, he might not be her opponent. But he was recklessly showing off there, and even boasted that he didn't bully women. Wasn't this looking for abuse? There was another person who was more surprised than anyone present. He was Lin Chang. It could be said that he watched Zhao Shuang'er grow up, and he knew Zhao Shuang'er well. In his impression, Zhao Shuang'er was not very outstanding. But it had only been a year since he last saw her. How could she be so ridiculously strong? At the same time, there was also a hint of surprise in Lin Yi's empty eyes. I was actually trampled under the foot of a woman. Xie Feng finally reacted. There was no suspense. Suddenly, he became angry out of humiliation. His true energy surged out like a tide. Don't underestimate women in the future. Zhao Shuang'er pursed her lips and smiled. Then, she raised her jade foot and kicked Xie Feng's temple directly. Xie Feng screamed and flew out on the spot. Finally, he rolled in front of the first prince and fainted. The first prince looked at Zhao Shuang'er, then looked down at Xie Feng at his feet. The anger in his heart was uncontrollable. He really wanted to kick him. He resisted this thought, looked up at Commander Su, and smiled, take him over to recuperate. What was the most aggrieved thing for a person? It was the first prince's current state. His heart was about to explode from anger, but he still had to show a smile. Yes. Commander Su quickly ran over and ran to Ma Cheng and the others with Xie Feng in his arms. After taking out a healing pill for Xie Feng to consume, he threw him directly to Ma Cheng and the others, turned around, and ran away. Useless trash, take him away from me, so as not to make a fool of himself. Jia He yelled angrily. His dark face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. Shui Yang, who was next to him, trembled. He quickly picked up Xie Feng and ran to the back. Great! However, on the other side, Yan Nanshan slapped the table and applauded regardless of the occasion. Although Zhao Shuang'er was a disciple of Star Moon City's Martial Lord Hall, she was also under his command. Looking at his disciples showing off their prowess one after another, as the hall master, he felt that his face was especially bright. Elder Wan and the beautiful woman were also beaming with joy, like a spring breeze. Look at how proud you guys are. Jiang Zhengyi, who was at the side, rolled his eyes. Ha, I'm proud, so what? Yan Nanshan laughed and looked at him provocatively. It was as if he was saying, if you have the ability, why don't you also find two such monsters? Jiang Zhengyi didn't think much of it. However, Ma Cheng and the others unconsciously clenched their fists. Their eyes were extremely cold. Because that laughter was too ear-piercing. It was like an invisible slap that fiercely slapped their faces. The three of them looked at Wang Xia. Wang Xia noticed the three people's gazes and nodded heavily. The first prince said, next, number 3 and number 7 will go on stage. Luo Qingzhu and Wang Xia walked towards each other at the same time. Why is it her? Wang Xia frowned and whispered, no matter who it is, I must win this battle. Luo Qingzhu's expression didn't show any contempt, nor was it serious. She seemed very calm. Wang Xia smiled and said, Sister Qingzhu, sorry to offend you. Luo Qingzhu just smiled lightly. Wang Xia's face turned serious. True energy gushed out from her palm. She suddenly swooped down and rushed in front of Luo Qingzhu. Her palm whistled out. The wind from her palm blew up Luo Qingzhu's dress and hair. She also waved her palm. However, this was just an ordinary palm. There wasn't even a trace of true energy. Seeing this, Wang Xia said angrily, Luo Qingzhu, don't look down on people. Before her voice faded, the two palms collided. Puff! Wang Xia suddenly spat out blood. She couldn't control her feet and retreated more than 10 meters. I'm not looking down on you. I'm just afraid of hurting you. Thank you. Luo Qingzhu lowered her slender arm and smiled faintly at Wang Xia. She then turned and walked to Zhao Shuang'er's side. She looked up at the first prince and waited for him to announce the result. However, the first prince didn't seem to see it. He lowered his head and his face was green and red. There were only 5 matches in total. The other party had already won 3 matches in a row. He was now beginning to regret holding this competition. Jiang Zhengyi was very proud. He looked at Yan Nanshan and said with a smile, "How is my daughter?" "She's much stronger than your two monstrous disciples." Yan Nanshan said disdainfully, "If they had a father like you, it's hard to say who's stronger and who's weaker. Moreover, your daughter is also a disciple of the Martial Imperial Hall. What are you so proud of?" Jiang Zhengyi's face stiffened and he said angrily, "I shouldn't have let her enter the Martial Imperial Hall." Yan Nanshan said disdainfully, "Is it up to you to decide whether she enters the Martial Imperial Hall or not? Moreover, it's too late to regret now." Hearing this, Jiang Zhengyi seemed to have something stuck in his throat and his face turned red. As for Ma Cheng and the other two, they were too ashamed to continue staying. However, because of King Yan and the Lin family's ancestor, they couldn't leave first. All their anger could only be suppressed in their hearts. King Yan glanced at the first prince and frowned slightly. He ordered, "Commander Su, you go and preside." He couldn't lose face anymore. Otherwise, today's wedding would definitely become a joke. "Yes." Commander Su bowed and replied. He ran to the first prince and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, leave this to me. Go and rest for a while." The first prince nodded and walked to King Yan's side in a daze. He lowered his head and didn't say a word. For this final match, in order to humiliate Qin Feiyang, he had searched for auxiliary martial techniques, forged a defensive soft armor, and even taught him the Overlord Fist. It could be said that he was worried sick. However, he had put in so much effort, but in the end, he didn't get anything. He really couldn't accept this cruel fact. This competition shouldn't have been held in the first place. This was asking for humiliation. Seeing that his son had been dealt such a blow and had completely lost his previous confidence, the anger in King Yan's heart grew stronger. He glanced at Qin Feiyang from the corner of his eyes and a trace of shocking hostility flashed past the depths of his eyes. Chapter 191. Commander Su said loudly, "Let's start the fourth round. Number 4 against number 6. The teenager in purple from the Lin family walked out. At the same time, a teenager from the royal family walked out. As there were only 4 people on Qin Feiyang's side, one of the 6 people on the first prince's side would definitely be on his side. Ling Yunfei crossed his arms and smiled evilly. Dog against dog. It should be exciting. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Before the two of them meet, one of them will definitely admit defeat." As he expected, the teenager from the royal family forfeited in less than 10 breaths. Qin Feiyang whispered, "Qingzhu, what's his name?" Actually, he thought the teenager from the Lin family would admit defeat. He didn't expect it to be someone from the royal family. Luo Qingzhu said, "His name is Lin Hua. He is a disciple of a branch of the Lin family. Due to his extraordinary talent, he was brought to Yen City by Lin Han from a young age and was carefully nurtured. Lin Hua has already recognized Lin Han as his godfather." "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Commander Su said, "The 5th round starts now. It's finally my turn." Qin Feiyang's eyes shone. He took a step forward. His long hair danced in the wind and his clothes rustled. The teenager from the royal family on the opposite side also strode forward. However, he was originally full of confidence, but after seeing what happened to Xie Fang and the others, he was now extremely nervous. Especially at this moment, when he saw Qin Feiyang, who was full of confidence, he couldn't help but want to retreat. The king of Yen looked at the teenager and frowned tightly. He shouted, "The royal family forfeits this round." "What? Forfeit?" The people outside the arena were extremely shocked. Was Jiang Haotian so terrifying? He forfeited before the match even started. However, the tycoons and patriarchs present thought that the king of Yen made a wise decision. Because they could all see that the teenager from the royal family had lost his confidence. Even he had lost confidence in himself. How could he defeat Jiang Haotian, who was confident? If this continued, the royal family would only be more embarrassed. The king of Yen said again, "Half an hour after the break, the finals will begin. Rest? Qin Feiyang frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. Zhao Shuang'er and Luo Qingzhu both won in one move and were not injured at all. Ling Yunfei was only slightly injured. Lin Hua was not injured at all. Was there a need for an intermission? However, this was the King of Yan's order and it was not his place to question him. He turned around and met up with Ling Yunfei and the others. Then, they walked towards Yan Nanshan and Jiang Zhengyi. In the meantime, Lin Hua also ran towards Lin Han. Ling Yunfei frowned. Are they planning to play some tricks? His voice was so low that only Qin Feiyang and the other two could hear him. Qin Feiyang said, I don't know. But I can be sure that King Yan will not let us continue to be arrogant. Ha, not bad, not bad. All of you performed very well today. But no matter what, you are still guests. When the finals begin, remember to be humble and give them some face. Yan Nanshan laughed heartily. Qin Feiyang and the other three stood in front of him with a bitter smile on their faces. They wanted to say that it seemed that the person who did not give face to the royal family and the Lin family here was the hall master. Wasn't it obvious that he was making fun of them by saying it without hiding anything? Sure enough. The King of Yan and the others on the main seat looked very ugly. The King of Yan said in a low voice, Lin Han, give Lin Hua a supreme-grade red fire glass tree. I want to shut them all up. Lin Hua's heart trembled, he was overjoyed. In the meantime, the first prince was also in high spirits. His previous depression was swept away and his eyes became extremely sharp. That's right. As long as Lin Hua took a supreme-grade red fire glass elixir now, he could step into a 2-star martial grandmaster from a 9-star martial master. At that time, Jiang Haotian, Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, they would all be trampled under his feet. However, Lin Han frowned and said in a low voice, I don't have a supreme-grade red fire glass elixir. Why don't you have an important elixir with you at all times? The King of Yan stared at him angrily. Lin Han smiled bitterly. Once the supreme-grade red fire glass elixir appeared, it caused a mad scramble. Now even the treasure pavilion had no stock. Even if he had gold coins, there was no place to buy it. The first prince pondered for a while and said in a low voice, Father, I have 5 elixirs here. Why don't you give one to Lin Hua first? Okay. The King of Yan nodded. Although it was a betrothal gift for the Lin family, he could not care so much now. Getting back his face was the most important thing. The first prince looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he took out a jade box and handed it to Lin Hua without a trace. He said, take it in the palace. Relax and don't arouse suspicion. Understood. Lin Hua nodded and hid the jade box in his sleeve. He turned around and strode toward the palace gate. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and the other 3 looked at each other with a trace of doubt in their eyes. I'll go and check. Ling Yunfei took a few steps forward and blocked in front of Lin Hua. He chuckled and said, Brother Lin, where are you going? Get out of my way. Lin Hua's eyes darkened and he shouted coldly. Ling Yunfei looked him up and down. When he noticed that Lin Hua had his right hand in his sleeve, he asked curiously, Brother Lin, are you holding something in your hand? Lin Hua's heart skipped a beat. The King of Yan and the others could not help but frown. These yellow-haired brats were really each harder to deal with than the other. If the jade box in Lin Hua's hand was exposed, they would become a laughing stock. The first prince's eyes flashed. He stood up and walked to Lin Hua. He looked at Ling Yunfei and said with a smile, Brother Lin, you think too much. I just asked Lin Hua to help me get something from the palace. Ling Yunfei smiled and said, I'm just joking. Please don't mind. Lin Hua snorted and strode away without looking back. The first prince cupped his hands and said, Brother Lin, after the competition, you must stay and attend the royal banquet. Ling Yunfei said, Sure, as long as you invite me. I will definitely invite you. The first prince smiled and nodded to Qin Feiyang and the others. He then returned to his seat. Something's wrong. Ling Yunfei came to Qin Feiyang and whispered. It's really strange. There are so many maids here. They can go and get something. Also, the first prince is recovering quickly. Luo Qingzhu and Xiao Shuang agreed in whispers. Qin Feiyang also frowned. Hearing their discussion, the beautiful woman turned to look at them and said with a strange expression, "Why do I feel that you are here to cause trouble?" Is that so? Qin Feiyang showed an innocent face. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Jiang Zhengyi, Yan Nanshan, Elder Wan, and Manager Li gave them strange looks. Jiang Zhengyi said, "Qingzhu, Shuang, you're both girls. Don't learn bad things from them." Qin Feiyang and Wang Chong looked at each other with bitterness in their hearts. Lin Hua was holding a bouquet of bright flowers as he walked out of the palace gates. He was in high spirits and full of confidence. However, when Qin Feiyang and the others looked at him, he immediately restrained himself. However, the expression in his eyes had changed. There was a trace of contempt in his eyes. He walked up to the first prince and handed him the flowers. "Why are you giving me flowers?" The first prince frowned. Lin Hua said, "Didn't you say in front of everyone that I would help you go in to get something? We have to take something out." Smart. The eldest prince's eyes were full of appreciation. He got up and took the bouquet. He walked to Lin Yi and smiled, "Yi, this is for you. Palace Lord Prince is so romantic." Yes, those flowers were just picked. He is really considerate. Lin Yi is so lucky to be able to marry such a good man. The girls around the family masters couldn't help but be envious. Romantic? What a country bumpkin. Fatso outside the arena looked disdainful. However, Lin Yi sat there motionless. She had no intention of taking it. The first prince was about to change his expression. The noblewoman smiled and said, "Yi, what are you thinking about? Why are you so absorbed? His Highness's kindness, why don't you accept it quickly?" Lin Yi said, "Adoptive mother, I'm a little uncomfortable. Can you accept it for me first?" "Okay, I know you are shy." The noblewoman smiled again and again. She took the bouquet from the first prince and smiled, "Your Highness, I apologize to you on behalf of Yi." "Auntie, what are you saying? We will be a family later. You don't have to be so polite." The first prince smiled, looked at Lin Yi with concern, and asked, "Where are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to take a rest first?" Lin Yi said, "Thank you, Your Highness, but it doesn't matter. I will be fine after sitting for a while. Then, if you can't hold on, just let me know." The first prince appeared to be very caring. But Lin Yi didn't seem to appreciate it. King Yan, Lin Han, and the Lin family's ancestor next to him frowned slightly. Obviously, they were very dissatisfied with Lin Yi's current performance. I'm afraid that Lin Yi will inevitably be reprimanded by them after the wedding. King Yan nodded to Commander Su in the middle of the square. Commander Su understood and said loudly, "Well, the finals are about to begin. The 5 contestants, please come forward and draw lots. The competition officially begins now." Lin Hua took a step forward, turned his head, and glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other 3. There was a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, and then quickly walked to Commander Su. "Be careful." Qin Feiyang reminded the 3 of them and walked over with them. Commander Su glanced at them and said, "Since there are 5 of you, one of you can draw a blank lot, and the person who draws a blank lot will directly enter the next round." Lin Hua took the lead to draw a bamboo lot, looked down, and said coldly, "I am the first lot." Zhao Shuanger drew the second lot. Ling Yunfei drew the third lot. Qin Feiyang drew the fourth lot. The blank lot naturally fell into Luo Qingzhu's hand. She smiled at them and said, "It seems that my luck is better. No matter how good your luck is, you will be trampled under my feet in the end." Moreover, even if it is a woman, I will not show mercy. Chapter 192. This time, they drew lots. Commander Su did not tamper with it, because it was no longer necessary. Lin Hua and Zhao Shuang'er will start the first match. Everyone else, leave. Commander Su shouted. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, Commander Su, I'm number 4. His opponent should be me, right? Ling Yunfei and the other two also frowned. According to the previous rules, it should be number 1 against number 4. Number 2 against number 3. That was Qin Feiyang against Lin Hua. Ling Yunfei against Zhao Shuang'er. But now, Commander Su disrupted the rules and let Zhao Shuang'er and Lin Hua fight, while Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei fight. What was the meaning of this? Commander Su smiled and said, that was just now. Now is now. If you have any objections, we can negotiate. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Zhao Shuang'er smiled and said, no need. The guest will follow the host. No way. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Lin Hua must have some tricks up his sleeve. He could not let Zhao Shuang'er take the risk. Zhao Shuang'er said, if I can't beat him, I'll admit defeat. It's no big deal. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei looked at each other and could only step aside helplessly. Zhao Shuang'er took a step forward and looked at Lin Hua. Please enlighten me. Bring it on. Lin Hua looked at her with contempt. Zhao Shuang'er frowned. She used the wind steps and the crescent moon palm went straight to Lin Hua's face. No matter how fast you are, you're still trash in front of me. Lin Hua was arrogant. He raised his big hand and gently slapped out. No vital energy. No martial arts technique. It was blatant disdain. Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and had an uneasy premonition. Bang! The two palms collided. Zhao Shuang'er was sent flying. Blood spurted out. Her face was also pale in an instant. With a bang, she fell to the ground and even the ground cracked. How could this be? This turn of events stunned Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, and Fatso. They were very clear about Zhao Shuang'er's strength. She, who possessed a perfect auxiliary martial technique, was completely invincible in the same realm. But now, he was actually heavily injured by Lin Hua. Yan Nanshan, the beautiful woman, and Elder Wan rose from their seats, their faces filled with disbelief. Jiang Zhengyi and Manager Li also frowned. However, the royal family, the Lin family, and the people of the Danwang Hall were all smiles. Especially the first prince. Even though the other party was a woman, he still felt relieved. The anger in his heart finally found an outlet to vent. Lin Hua proudly walked in front of Zhao Shuang'er, grabbed her hair, and sneered, aren't you a monster from the martial imperial palace? Why is he so weak? Boom! After saying this, he actually punched Zhao Shuang'er's lower abdomen. Puff! Zhao Shuang'er violently spurted out blood. Her beautiful face was distorted on the spot. Trash should have the awareness of trash. His face was full of arrogance, and he actually slapped Zhao Shuang'er's face again. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy to the extreme. Luo Qingzhu's face was also as cold as ice. She shouted, Commander Su, Shuang'er is already heavily injured, but Lin Hua still won't stop. Tell me, is he deliberately killing people? Commander Su shook his head and said, Zhao Shuang'er hasn't admitted defeat, so the competition isn't over. What kind of bullshit competition is this, scram? Qin Feiyang was seething with anger. He completely ignored the big shots present and walked towards Lin Hua step by step. Commander Su's face changed, and he shouted, if you dare break the rules, this commander will disqualify you. Do you think I really want to participate in the competition? With my, Jiang Haotian's, ability, what can I get? Qin Feiyang laughed angrily. His aura exploded, and strands of golden light appeared in his palm. This sentence. although it was extremely arrogant. But no one present refuted it. Because this was the truth. The value of a top-grade alchemist was even higher than a war emperor. Commander Su's pupils also shrank. But Qin Feiyang's arrogant attitude made him even angrier. Shua. He took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. His aura was like a torrent, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Humph. Luo Qingzhu and Ling Yunfei coldly snorted at the same time. They came to Qin Feiyang's left and right sides, and their eyes were frighteningly gloomy. Facing the three of them, Commander Su actually felt an inexplicable panic. This was very difficult for him to accept. One had to know that he was a war king. The strongest of the three people in front of him was only a martial ancestor. How could they give him such a sense of oppression? But at this moment, Yan Nanshan said in a deep voice, "The martial imperial hall admits defeat." Lin Han shouted, "Lin Hua, the martial imperial hall has already admitted defeat, why aren't you stopping? Consider yourself lucky." Lin Hua lowered his head and looked at Zhao Shuang'er with disdain. He stood up and kicked Zhao Shuang'er's lower abdomen again. Bang! Zhao Shuang'er was kicked away and landed beside Qin Feiyang and the other two. She fainted on the spot and lost consciousness. Luo Qingzhu hurriedly squatted beside her, her face full of worry. Qin Feiyang took out a supreme-grade healing pill and let Ling Yunfei feed it to her. Lin Hua patted his clothes and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. He said lightly, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I didn't kill her." Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at him. His sharp eyes were like the edge of a knife, extremely frightening. Ling Yunfei stood up and looked at Lin Hua gloomily. He said in a low voice, "He must have taken the supreme-grade red fire-colored glass pill when he entered the palace just now." Qin Feiyang said, "It's meaningless to talk about this now." Ling Yunfei turned to look at him and said with a smile, "I know what to do." Then he looked at Commander Su and said, "I forfeit." "I forfeit too." Luo Qingzhu followed. Everyone was shocked. They were just a little surprised that Ling Yunfei forfeited. However, Luo Qingzhu's strength had obviously surpassed that of a martial master. She actually took the initiative to forfeit? How much confidence did she have in Qin Feiyang? More importantly, Qin Feiyang was only a 9-star martial master now. Yan Nanshan and Jiang Zhengyi could not help but frown when the two of them forfeited. It was not that they did not believe in Qin Feiyang. It was Lin Hua's current strength that was already far away from Qin Feiyang. The eldest prince and the others were very happy. Although they all knew that Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu forfeited to help Qin Feiyang, they were very happy to see such a situation. They finally vented their anger. "Jiang Haotian, you will pay the price for your previous arrogance." A cold light flashed in the eldest prince's eyes. He clenched his fist and coughed dryly. Lin Hua immediately looked at him. From the eldest prince's eyes, he could read that he was humiliating Jiang Haotian. He secretly sneered and retracted his gaze. He looked at Qin Feiyang and teased, "They have paid so much. If you lose later, you will lose face." Qin Feiyang directly ignored him. He looked at Commander Su and said, "Can we begin?" This. Commander Su was also at a loss for what to do by this sudden change. He looked at King Yen for help. King Yen said, "Since they have forfeited, let's start the final battle." Commander Su nodded, glanced at Luo Qingzhu and the other two, and shouted, "Unrelated people, leave." Ling Yunfei carried the unconscious Zhao Shuang'er and walked to Yan Nanshan and the others with Luo Qingzhu. "How is she?" the beautiful woman asked. Ling Yunfei said, "She is just unconscious. Her life is not in danger." "That's good." The beautiful woman nodded and looked back at Qin Feiyang. Everyone present could tell that Qin Feiyang's heart was burning with rage and was about to explode. Competition. Commander Su looked at the two of them and shouted, "Begin." Lin Hua placed one hand behind his back and hooked his finger, saying disdainfully, "Jiang Haotian, don't say that I'm bullying you. I will only use one hand. Qin Feiyang did not waste time and walked over step by step with a threatening cold light in his eyes. Lin Han raised his brow and shouted, Lin Hua, be serious. Lin Hua was helpless and said, I have no choice. I don't dare to disobey my foster father's orders. Right now, I will show you what a true monster is. After he said that, he shot out like an arrow, his eyes flashing with killing intent. That was right. He was prepared to kill Qin Feiyang. Although it was against the rules, as long as he could kill this person, it did not matter if he was disqualified. Anyway, as long as he won, the royal family would definitely reward him in private. At this moment, Yan Nanshan and the others felt their hearts tighten. They almost could not help but admit defeat. Ling Yunfei said, I believe in him, so Palace Master, please respect his choice. Jiang Haoyan, tremble in fear. Suddenly, Lin Hua roared and revealed a cruel smile. The true qi in his palm surged and the furiously struck towards Qin Feiyang. However, under everyone's surprised gaze, Qin Feiyang did not dodge. He stopped in his tracks and looked at the aggressive Lin Hua. Has he given up? That's right, how can a mere 9-star martial master be a match for a 2-star martial ancestor? Rather than make a futile struggle, it's better to just give up. The eldest prince sneered in his heart. But just as Lin Hua's palm was about to hit Qin Feiyang's chest, Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his arm. He lightly waved his palm. In the center of his palm, rays of dazzling golden light bloomed. The word, return, instantly appeared. Bang! The next moment, the two palms met. The scene that caused an uproar suddenly appeared. Poof! Lin Hua spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, accompanied by a cracking sound, his arm was broken on the spot and his skin and flesh were exposed. His body, like a meteorite, flew into the distance. How is this possible? All the big shots and family heads suddenly stood up and looked at this scene in disbelief. A 9-star martial master actually sent a 2-star martial ancestor flying with one palm? Was this a dream? At the same time, Qin Feiyang also retreated, blood continuously flowing out of his mouth. It seems that although the word, return, is powerful, it has a limit. But a 2-star martial ancestor is not the limit. His eyes burst with light. He took the initiative to attack, using the smoke-gathering steps, turned into a shadow and chased after Lin Hua. At this moment, he was like an enraged lion, shaking everyone's hearts. Boom! At this moment, Lin Hua smashed into the square, directly smashing a deep hole in the ground. Why is this happening? My power, actually all of it was reflected back. Did I see a ghost? Chapter 193. Sensing Qin Feiyang, he rushed over. Enduring the pain, Lin Hua quickly got up and jumped out of the pit. I don't believe that I will lose to him. He was in a state of madness, his eyes were blood red. His other hand clenched tightly. Jiang Haoyan, I will kill you. Overlord Fist. With a roar, he rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes were like lightning, he stretched out his hand and hit the fist without dodging. A golden light appeared. Ah, Lin Hua was sent flying again, screaming in pain. Crack! His arm was broken too. Bang! He flew tens of meters away, creating another pit in the square. Dust filled the air. Why is it like this? He roared in his heart, unable to accept this fact. Qin Feiyang also retreated a few feet. After stabilizing his body, he continued to rush towards Lin Hua. After 2 hard hits, his arm began to feel numb, as if his muscles were being torn apart. He knew. His arm had reached its limit. If he received a 3rd hit from Lin Hua, it would definitely break. However, this was impossible. Because Lin Hua's arms were broken. Even if he was a 2-star martial grandmaster, he was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Feiyang was like a flash of lightning, rushing towards the pit. After 2 hits, Lin Hua was about to fall apart. He did not even have the strength to get up. Qin Feiyang jumped into the pit. He grabbed Lin Hua's hair. "How you treated Zhao Shuang heir, I will return it to you double," he said coldly. He punched Lin Hua's stomach with all his might. "Ow!" Lin Hua screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "A clown like you can be considered a demon?" Qin Feiyang punched again. Lin Hua was in so much pain that his whole body was convulsing, his face pale. His facial features were twisted to the extreme, extremely ferocious. "What I hate the most in my life are men who bully women, they are simply scum." Qin Feiyang raised his hand and slapped Lin Hua's face. A dark red palm print appeared on his face. Bang bang bang. Next, he fanned himself wildly. Lin Hua's face, which could be considered handsome, quickly swelled up and did not look human anymore. "Jiang Haoyan, spare me. I'll kneel before you. I'll apologize to Zhao Shuang, Lin Hua begged for mercy. His heart was shrouded by deep despair and fear. "Forgive you? You are too naive." Qin Feiyang sneered and grabbed his ankle. He dragged him out of the pit and into everyone's sight. Is he still human? Seeing Lin Hua's miserable state, everyone present felt their scalps go numb. I admit, Lin Hua wanted to admit defeat. However, Qin Feiyang stomped on his mouth, shattering all of his teeth and causing him to spurt out blood. Following closely, he grabbed Lin Hua's clothes, lifted Lin Hua up high, and threw him down. His knee slammed into Lin Hua's abdomen. "Ah!" Lin Hua screamed miserably. "Commander Su, why are you still standing there?" Lin Han roared. If this continued, Lin Hua would be killed alive. Commander Su suddenly regained his senses and hurriedly shouted, "Jiang Haoyan, stop. Didn't you say that if you don't admit defeat, the competition is not over?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at him. His mouth pursed with a trace of ridicule. Immediately, he stomped on Lin Hua's abdomen again. Lin Hua continued to vomit blood. He no longer had the strength to scream. Like a pile of mud, he lay on the ground. Commander Su clenched his fists. His face was full of anger. But there was nothing he could do. Because he did say this sentence just now. Everyone heard it. If he forcibly stopped Qin Feiyang now, it would be too obvious that he was biased. And now, Qin Feiyang didn't know how to torture Lin Hua. Because Lin Hua's whole body had been beaten up by him. That's right. There was another place. The corner of his mouth lifted. He kicked Lin Hua's egg. "My Lin family admits defeat." Lin Han's face changed and hurriedly shouted. But it was too late. With a crack, the egg broke. Seeing this scene, all the men could not help but clamp their legs together. Their crotch was cold. He actually kicked the egg. This kid was ruthless, right? Yan Nanshan and the others' faces twitched. Little bastard. The beautiful woman spat. Good disdain, learning these dirty tricks. This time, Lin Han would probably go crazy with anger. Sure enough. Lin Han suddenly stood up. His eyes burst with a shocking cold light. He gritted his teeth and said, "I have already shouted that I admit defeat. You still want to kill me?" If I remember correctly, when the palace master shouted that he admitted defeat, Lin Hua still kicked Feng Ling air. I want to ask, why didn't you jump out and scold Lin Hua for his evil intentions? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said indifferently. Lin Han said, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "Don't find excuses. Who in Yen City doesn't know that the Lin family is a hypocrite? I'm too lazy to argue with you. Hurry up and take this trash back. But from now on, I'm afraid he can't be your adopted son. But congratulations, you have another adopted daughter. Remember to raise her well. Maybe in the future, she can marry into a good family. Remember to invite me to the wedding banquet." Qin Feiyang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Pfft! As soon as these words came out, many people burst out laughing. This kid was too immoral. These words were even more embarrassing than walking up to Lin Han and slapping him in public. This time, the Lin family had lost all their face. There was no doubt that Lin Han was furious and wanted to kill him. Cough. But then, the king of Yen coughed dryly to remind Lin Han to pay attention to the situation. He said to Commander Su, "Take Lin Hua away to recuperate." In fact, the king of Yen was more angry than anyone now. Sacrificing a supreme-grade red fire-colored glass elixir not only did not suppress this kid, but also made him more and more arrogant. He even used Lin Hua as a stepping stone to become famous. From today onwards, this kid's reputation in Yen City would rise to another level. Commander Su picked up Lin Hua, glanced at Qin Feiyang coldly, and turned to run toward the palace gate. This time, the royal family had suffered a double loss. The wedding ceremony, which was supposed to be a joyous occasion, was now very unpleasant. The king of Yen turned to look at the eldest prince and said in a low voice, "What are you waiting for? This competition is organized by you. Even if they ride on your head, you have to bear with it." "Yes." The eldest prince nodded, took a deep breath, got up with a smile and walked toward the center of the square. "The competition has come to this point. Now, I announce. First place, Jiang Haoyan. Second place, Lin Hua. Third place, Luo Qingzhu. I don't know if anyone has any objections to this result." He looked around at the crowd. No one had any objections. "Well, I'll give out the rewards now." The eldest prince took out 2 jade boxes and handed them to Qin Feiyang, smiling. "Brother Jiang, congratulations." Qin Feiyang took the jade boxes. After confirming that they were snow crystals and 9 suns flowers, he kept them, cupped his hands, and smiled. "Thank you for your care, Your Highness." The eldest prince's eyelids twitched, and he smiled faintly. "You deserve it." Then, he took out 2 more jade boxes, one for Luo Qingzhu and the other for Lin Han. This competition had finally come to an end. Qin Feiyang also returned to stand behind Yan Nanshan. The other big shots also gave him a thumbs up immediately. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "How is Shuang Er?" "Her injuries are recovering." Ling Yunfei hugged her the whole time. "That's good." Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. The beautiful woman asked curiously, "Haoyan, how did you do it just now? Why do I feel that when you fought with Lin Hua, you didn't use any strength at all?" Qin Feiyang said faintly, "Lin Hua is just a paper tiger. There's nothing special about him." Lin Han and the red-haired old man suddenly turned to look at him. Their eyes flashed coldly. Qin Feiyang glanced at them slightly, then looked away directly, ignoring the existence of the two. At this time, King Yan got up and turned to face the big shots and family heads. "First of all, we want to thank those young people for giving us such a wonderful match. Although the process was a bit unpleasant, it is undeniable that they are all the future pillars of Yen County. This king also sincerely hopes that every young genius can reach the pinnacle of life. Now, the competition is over. It's time to get to the point. I now announce that the marriage ceremony of my son and Lin Han's daughter, Lin Yi, has officially begun. Let's welcome the 2 newlyweds." King Yen smiled. "Wait." But at this moment, a cold shout rang out. In an instant, the audience was silent. They all looked at the source of the sound. It was Qin Feiyang. King Yen frowned imperceptibly and asked with a smile, "Is there anything else, Brother Jiang?" The beautiful woman whispered, "Haoyan, don't mess around anymore. Stay here." "I won't mess around." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and walked to the front of Yan Nanshan and the others. Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, Feng Ling Er, Fatso, and Lu Hong couldn't help but calm down at this moment because they knew that Qin Feiyang was ready to lay his cards on the table. "Hurry up. In the castle. Wolf King also howled excitedly as if he was injected with chicken blood. As for the others, they all looked to Qin Feiyang in confusion. But Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye to these gazes. His eyes swept across Yan Nanshan, the beautiful woman, Elder Wan, and Steward Li one by one. Suddenly, he bowed to the few of them. What is this for? They frowned. Qin Feiyang said, in front of everyone, this junior would like to solemnly thank the seniors for taking care of this junior these past few months. The beautiful woman pursed her lips and said, I thought it was something serious. Elder Wan smiled and said, get up quickly. It's just a small matter. There's no need to make it so grand. Besides, you're not the main character today. Steward Li said helplessly, yes, I'm a little embarrassed after what you've done. If you really don't want me to write you an IOU, we can discuss it in private. IOU? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He didn't say anything more. He walked to the center of the square step by step. He looked up at Shi Zheng and cupped his hands. Elder Shi, the person I should thank the most is you. Thank you for taking care of me these few months. It's nothing. Shi Zheng smiled and felt a little confused. Not to mention Shi Zheng, everyone present was a little confused. Chapter 194. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and turned to look at Lin Yi. A smile appeared on his face. N? The eldest prince raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, girl, sorry to keep you waiting for a long time. Lin Yi's body and mind trembled. She got up suddenly and stared at Qin Feiyang. Her face was full of disbelief. In this world, only one person would call her a girl. It was Qin Feiyang. Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, the eldest prince's face sank suddenly and shouted, Jiang Haotian, what do you mean? Are you trying to snatch the bride? Others looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. The name Jiang Haotian has been with me for a full year. To be honest, even I sometimes think that I am Jiang Haotian. But, Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd, and his eyes became firm. He said word by word, I am not Jiang Haotian. I am Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang. The people present suddenly got up, surprised and doubtful. Lin Yi's delicate body trembled constantly, and tears couldn't help but flow down. Qin Feiyang looked around and said firmly, you didn't hear it wrong. I am Qin Feiyang wanted by the royal family. I am Qin Feiyang who killed Lin Bailey. As he finished speaking, he took out a medicinal pill. This pill. It was called Facial Restoration Pill. It could restore one's true appearance. He stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. His figure and appearance began to change rapidly. Not long after, a face that was familiar to the world appeared. He was about 1.8 meters tall. His body was neither fat nor thin, and his facial features were handsome. The previous morbidity had disappeared without a trace and was replaced by fortitude. However, under the fortitude, there was a trace of vicissitudes that should not belong to this age. It's really him. Jiang Haotian is Qin Feiyang. Being wanted by the royal family, he still dares to come to Yen City. He even announced his true identity in front of so many big shots. Is this a provocation to the royal family? The place suddenly burst into an uproar. The big shots in the square all locked their faces firmly. It was unbelievable to the extreme. Yan Nanshan and the others finally understood. Why did this man bow to them and say those words to them before? It was because he wanted to announce his identity. In other words, this man was ready to be the enemy of the whole world. Lin Han's expression was particularly interesting. He sent all the warlords of the Lin family to guard in the major cities to look for this man. But he never thought that this kid would actually be right under his nose. In order to curry favor with this man, he gave him 5 million gold coins. He was blatantly looking down on him, the Lin family, and the royal family. Ha! Ma Qing suddenly threw his head back and laughed. It was full of sarcasm. The target of their mockery was undoubtedly the Martial Imperial Hall. Fortunately, he left the Danwang Hall. Otherwise, the Danwang Hall would have to bear the crime of harboring a wanted criminal and become the laughingstock of the world. Elder He and Jia He also laughed. They did not hide the gloating on their faces. However, Yan Nanshan and the other two turned a deaf ear to them and stared at Qin Feiyang. They finally understood. It was because of his identity that they made such an agreement with him. Now, they really did not know whether they should invite this man to join the Martial Imperial Hall or not. Hall Master, two elders, I'm sorry. Ling Yunfei handed Zhao Shuang'er to Luo Qingzhu and bowed to Yan Nanshan and the other two. Without hesitation, he walked to Qin Feiyang's side and stood together with him. At the same time, Fatso and Lu Hong also bowed to Shizheng apologetically and brought Lin Chang to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, actually, I wouldn't blame you if you didn't come. TSK, is Fat Lord such a disloyal person? Fatso rolled his eyes at him. Ling Yunfei and Lu Hong also had bright smiles on their faces. Qin Feiyang was very touched. Ever since he was expelled from the imperial capital, he did not trust anyone except for Uncle Yuan. But gradually, he had Wolf King by his side. There were also 3 people who were willing to accompany him through life and death. What else was he not satisfied with? With a wave of his hand, Wolf King appeared out of thin air. Howl! At that moment, it howled at Sky Wolf excitedly. Ha! Yen Cheng, Brother Wolf is out to act wildly. An unruly and wild laughter sounded in the minds of the big shots. It was Wolf King who was provoking them. At this moment, 1 wolf, 4 people, treating each other with utmost sincerity and lofty sentiments. Although they were weak, the camaraderie they displayed made countless people blush with shame. The eldest prince was very happy. He was worried that he wouldn't have a chance to take revenge on these people. Unexpectedly, Qin Feiyang actually didn't know what was good for him and actually exposed his identity. Now, he had a reason to deal with this group of people openly. His eyes turned cold as he waved his hand and said, "Take them down for me." The black-armored guards at the edge of the surroundings immediately turned around and surrounded them fiercely. Lin Han took a step forward, his body full of murderous intent, and shouted, "All of you stop, I want to kill them with my own hands and avenge my son." Whoosh! He turned into an afterimage and shot towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Why are you in such a hurry to kill me? It seems that you are very afraid that I will reveal all the good things your son did in Iron Ox Town. Qin Feiyang sneered. Lin Han said disdainfully, "Who will believe your words?" "I believe you." At this moment, a calm voice sounded. Yan Nanshan took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, turning around to look at Lin Han. Lin Han braked and stopped, saying angrily, "Palace Master Yan, Qin Feiyang is a wanted criminal of the royal family. How dare you protect them? Palace Master Yan, don't go overboard." The King of Yen frowned. At the same time, the red-haired old man also walked to the side of the King of Yen, his aura spreading. "You want to fight?" The Martial Imperial Hall has never been afraid of anyone. The beautiful woman chuckled and took a step forward at the same time with Elder Wan, landing on both sides of Yan Nanshan. As for Ma Cheng and the other two, how could they let go of this good opportunity? Yan Nanshan, if it was someone else, we definitely wouldn't care. However, Qin Feiyang killed the innocent and has committed grave sins. We can only offend him. The 3 of them walked out one after another and stood in the camp of the King of Yen. Yan Nanshan glanced at the people of the 3 factions and said without turning back, "Qin Feiyang, as the Palace Master of the Martial Imperial Hall, I officially invite you to join the Martial Imperial Hall. Are you willing?" The faces of the King of Yen and the rest darkened. It seemed like the Martial Imperial Hall was determined to protect Qin Feiyang and the rest today. Qin Feiyang sighed, "Senior, why do you have to do this? When he was prepared to lay his cards on the table, he had already given up hope that the martial imperial hall would continue to protect them. But now, the three leaders of the martial imperial hall were all standing in front of him. They even invited him to join the martial imperial hall at this time. It would be a lie if he wasn't touched. But because of this, he didn't want to implicate the martial imperial hall. The beautiful woman said, "Brat, if you dare to go back on your words, I will kill you right now." Qin Feiyang really didn't know what to say. Elder Wan guessed Qin Feiyang's concerns and said proudly, "Don't worry about implicating us. Although the martial imperial hall doesn't cause trouble, we are never afraid of it." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and nodded, "Okay, I agree to join the martial imperial hall." Yan Nanshan sneered, "Did you hear that? Qin Feiyang is already a disciple of the martial imperial hall. As the martial imperial hall master, I have the responsibility and obligation to find out the truth and prove his innocence. You're clearly protecting him." The red-clothed old man was furious. Boom! The aura of several combat emperors soared into the sky at this moment. The royal family, the Lin family, and the Danwang Hall were obviously going to capture him by force. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely heavy. I can help Qin Feiyang prove that everything that happened in the Iron Ox town was Lin Baile's fault. If it was me, I would also kill Lin Baile. At this moment, Luo Qingzhu carried Zhao Shuang and walked into the square step by step. The first prince frowned, "Sister Qingzhu, this has nothing to do with you. Leave now." Luo Qingzhu glanced at him and said, "I came to Yen City this time to help Qin Feiyang testify." "Why? What benefits did he give you?" the first prince said angrily. "When I met Qin Feiyang, he was not an alchemist yet. What benefits could I get? I just can't stand some people who rely on the royal family's support to intimidate others. I can't stand the fact that the royal family did not distinguish between right and wrong and did not investigate the truth. They only listened to some people's words and issued an arrest warrant for Qin Feiyang." Luo Qingzhu said calmly. After coming to Qin Feiyang's side, she handed Zhao Shuang'er to Lin Yunfei. Then, she turned around and looked at the King of Yen and the others without fear. The King of Yen and the others were instantly filled with murderous intent. "What? You still want to touch my daughter?" Jiang Zhenyi landed beside Luo Qingzhu and looked at the King of Yen and the others coldly. Steward Li also came. This time, the situation was a little tricky. Qin Feiyang had never expected that there would be so many people standing together with him in the end. He stood out from the crowd and looked at the King of Yen. "I won't regret killing Lin Baile because he deserved it. Back then, I was just a nameless kid in Iron Ox Town. Just because I had a good relationship with Lin Yi, Lin Baile was afraid that I would hinder Lin Yi from joining the royal family. So, he framed me behind my back and even tried to kill me everywhere. At that time, I really didn't think that I would come to this point today. Because I always thought that even if the Lin family was unreasonable, the royal family should be reasonable. But what I never expected was that the royal family's arrest warrant came down in just a few days. I want to ask the King of Yen, before issuing the arrest warrant, did you ask me a question? As the county king of the county of Yen, you are in charge of thousands of people. Is this how you deal with things? The emperor gave you the royal power, not to let you form cliques and cover up your shortcomings, but to let you use a fair heart to maintain peace and solve the suffering of the people, isn't it?" Qin Feiyang said calmly. As soon as these words came out, the King of Yen was speechless. He really couldn't figure out how a young boy who grew up in a small town knew so much. He even mentioned the emperor of the great Qin Empire. Similarly, Yan Nanshan and the others were also very surprised. Chapter 195. Yan Nanshan said calmly, "Qin Feiyang has already told the truth and Luo Qingzhu is his witness. I would like to ask, Lin Han, what else do you have to say?" Lin Han said gloomily, "Who doesn't know that they are close? It's normal for Luo Qingzhu to help Qin Feiyang, isn't it?" The King of Yen nodded and said, "That's right. Qin Feiyang may be young, but he is cunning. Luo Qingzhu might have fallen into his trap and been bewitched by him. Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. He did not expect these people to be so shameless. Luo Qingzhu raised her eyebrows and looked at the King of Yen. King of Yen, are you saying that I'm stupid? I'm not the only witness this time. Shuang also testified. She grew up in Iron Bull Town. She knows many people and many things. Moreover, everyone in Iron Bull Town knows the truth of this matter, including my mother. King of Yen, you can send someone to investigate. It will be clear who is right and who is wrong. She said calmly. The King of Yan's heart sank. He turned to look at Lin Han with a sharp gaze. Actually, he did not know what happened a year ago. Back then, Lin Han had asked him to help arrest someone. Seeing that it was just a nameless pawn, he agreed without hesitation. He did not take it to heart at that time. However, he did not expect the situation to develop to this point. If things were really as Qin Feiyang and Luo Qingzhu said, he would be known as a muddle-headed person who covered up for the Lin family. Lin Han did not expect that a mere country boy would make such a big deal out of this. He also did not expect that the person who was worse than an ant in his eyes would become a supreme-grade alchemist who was the center of attention. King of Yen, Qin Feiyang is kind-hearted. He would not kill Lin Bailey for no reason. Yes, ever since he came to Yen City, he has been giving out supreme-grade elixirs for free. He has benefited many people and saved many lives. He even took special care of those ordinary people. This is enough to prove that he has a pure heart. I don't believe that such a sensible child like him would kill the innocent. Your Excellency, Prince of Yen, please be impartial and prove Qin Feiyang's innocence. That's right. Although our words are cheap, we will never allow such a good child to be harmed by evil people. Some people in the crowd outside the square also began to speak out in support of Qin Feiyang. And gradually, this kind of support was unstoppable. In less than 10 breaths, almost everyone was in high spirits. They waved their arms and cheered for Qin Feiyang. How magnificent was this scene! Tens of thousands of shouts were intertwined. How shocking was that? The various leaders and patriarchs stared blankly at the scene before them. The shock in his heart could no longer be described with words. A young man who had just arrived in Yen City, a mere 9-star martial master, could actually obtain the love and respect of so many people. Although the people of Yen City would bow when they saw them, but it was purely out of respect and even fear. But now, as long as one had discerning eyes, they would be able to tell that these people were sincerely supporting Qin Feiyang. There were even people who threatened to use their lives to defend Qin Feiyang's innocence. This kind of situation was truly unprecedented. Is this the purpose of his elixir distribution? The first prince's eyes widened in anger. It turned out that not long after he arrived in Yen City, this person had been planning for today. How could his scheming be so terrifying? Phew! Qin Feiyang also let out a long sigh. He turned to the crowd and said with a smile, "Thank you for your support. As I said before, as long as I'm still in Swallow City, I will continue to distribute pills." "Thank you, young Master Qin." "My lords, did you see that? Such a good young man. Do you have the heart to hurt him? The most hateful thing is the Danwang Hall. You are purely abusing your position to avenge private grudges. Anyway, I won't allow it. I will defend his innocence even if I die. That's right. Give him justice." The crowd roared with righteous indignation. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the Prince of Yen and said calmly, "The eyes of the people are clear. Even if the royal family, the Danwang Hall, and the Lin family join forces, don't even think about deceiving them." Ma Cheng and the other two started to regret their actions. They wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Qin Feiyang and his gang. They did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. "I am sorry everyone. We did not know the truth just now. Now, the Danwang Hall will withdraw from this conflict." Ma Cheng said loudly to the crowd. If they did not withdraw, the Danwang Hall would lose the support of the people. This was the power of ordinary people. With their strength, they could easily suppress 10 ordinary people. However, there were tens of thousands of ordinary people. Even the leaders of the county of Yan had to consider the bigger picture. After the Danwang Hall withdrew, Lin Han started to panic. He wanted to find a chance to get rid of Qin Feiyang. That way, he would be able to end everything. However, Yan Nanshan and the others were like towering mountains in front of him. He could not find the slightest opportunity. Since Luo Qingzhu said that everyone in Iron Bowl Town knows the truth, then we will verify it with them in front of everyone. Old Wan, contact the Hall Master of Iron Bowl Town Martial Arts Hall immediately. Yan Nanshan said. Yes. Elder Wan took out an image crystal and quickly activated it. After a while, a shadow appeared. It was the Hall Master of Iron Bowl Town Martial Arts Hall. The Hall Master of Martial Arts Hall saw that there were so many important people present. He quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, my lords." Elder Wan said, "Now tell me, why did Qin Feiyang kill Lin Bailey a year ago?" Qin Feiyang? The Hall Master of Martial Arts Hall was stunned. After thinking carefully for a while, he bowed and said, "I remember that Qin Feiyang killed Lin Bailey out of anger because Lin Bailey framed him. Also, I clearly remember that during Lin Yi's 15th birthday banquet, Lin Cheng and Lin Bailey set up a maid named Xiao Hong to poison Lin Yi. They even asked Xiao Hong to frame Qin Feiyang. At that time, even Luo Qianxue and I, as well as the Hall Master of Dan Hall, were deceived by them. They almost killed Qin Feiyang. Regarding this matter, I have always felt very guilty in my heart." The Hall Master of Martial Arts Hall said honestly. "Yes." Elder Wan nodded and said, "I know. You can continue with your work." Then, he turned off the image crystal. At the same time, Luo Qingzhu also took out an image crystal and poured her true qi into it. After a while, Luo Qianxue's shadow appeared. Luo Qianxue smiled and said, "Qingzhu, are you contacting me because of Qin Feiyang?" "Yes, mother." Luo Qingzhu nodded. "It seems that the Lin family is hopeless." Luo Qianxue looked disappointed. Then, she told the truth. Qin Feiyang walked to Luo Qingzhu's side and bowed, "Thank you, Aunt Shui. It's okay. Remember to come back and chat with me when you're free." Luo Qianxue smiled and said with a loving look. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Aunt Shui." Jiang Zhengyi was stunned. He hurriedly waved at Luo Qianxue and said, "Shui, however." Before he could say anything, Luo Qianxue turned off the image crystal. This made him feel awkward. Qin Feiyang looked at Jiang Zhengyi strangely. He turned to look at Ma Cheng and the other two and smiled faintly. "Seniors, why don't you ask the Hall Master of Iron Bowl Town Pill Hall?" "No need." Ma Cheng replied faintly. "The truth has been revealed. Lord King Yan, we beg you to cancel the arrest warrant for Qin Feiyang." The crowd outside the field shouted. Yan Nanshan lifted the corner of his mouth and smiled. It seemed that he didn't need to do anything. These ordinary people were enough to help Qin Feiyang turn the situation around. King Yan glared at Lin Han fiercely and said to the crowd with a smile, "Okay, I now officially announce that I will cancel the arrest warrant for Qin Feiyang. I will also take out 10 million gold coins to compensate Qin Feiyang." King Yan is wise. Everyone was overjoyed and knelt down. At this moment, Fatso and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. King Yan looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled faintly. "If you have any other requests, just tell me. I will try my best to satisfy you." Qin Feiyang looked at Lin Yi and cupped his hands. "I beg King Yan to cancel the wedding of Lin Yi and the eldest prince." Lin Yi's eyes trembled, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. What? The faces of the people in the square suddenly changed. He really planned to snatch the bride. This is impossible. Lin Yi is my adopted daughter. I have the final say on who she wants to marry. You are not qualified to interfere. Lin Han roared with a stern expression. Qin Feiyang said faintly, I am indeed not qualified, but there is one person who is qualified. Who? Lin Han frowned. Lin Cheng, it's your turn to come out. Qin Feiyang said faintly. Lin Cheng. Lin Han glared and searched in the crowd. Father, Lin Yi murmured and was also searching. Lin Cheng took a deep breath and stepped to Qin Feiyang's side. At that moment, everyone's eyes were locked on him. Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill and handed it to Lin Cheng. After Lin Cheng took it, he quickly restored his original appearance. Lin Han's eyes turned cold and shouted, Lin Cheng, you are really bold. Don't forget that you have signed the agreement to sever the relationship between father and daughter. Lin Cheng's face suddenly showed a look of fear. You forced the father and daughter to sign the agreement, and you still have the nerve to mention it. Let me tell everyone that the person behind me is Lin Yi's biological father. Qin Feiyang stood in front of Lin Cheng, blocking Lin Han's gaze, and sneered. Forced? Everyone looked at each other, and their faces showed a look of realization. That's right. If Lin Han didn't do this, then the one who benefited the most was not him, but Lin Yi's father. At that time, this branch family master was very likely to climb over Lin Han's head. In fact, this kind of thing was very common. It was also a kind of unspoken rule. Because the main family's power was too great, the branch family did not dare to resist. But this time, the Lin family was very unlucky to provoke Qin Feiyang, the evildoer. As for Lin Han, his face was gloomy to the extreme. King Yan also frowned. With his intelligence, he could immediately imagine what was going to happen next. And these things absolutely could not happen. Chapter 196. Thinking of this, King Yan hurriedly walked towards Lin Cheng. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. What is he doing? King Yan smiled and said, Little brother, I want to talk to him. Can you step aside? Since the other party was so polite, what else could he say? He could only step aside. King Yan grabbed Lin Cheng's hand and blamed himself, I'm really ashamed. I didn't invite you to Yi and my son's wedding. Brother Lin, please forgive me. Fatso whispered, Boss, something might be wrong. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted, and he looked at Lin Cheng without blinking. Lin Cheng was at a loss at this moment. A person like him, who lived at the bottom, would never meet such a big shot in his life. But now, this big shot actually put down his face and apologized to him in person. He was really flattered. King Yan smiled and said, Brother Lin, I'm deeply sorry for what Lin Han did. But as you can see, my son really likes Yi. Why don't you fulfill their wish? This, Lin Cheng looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head gently. King Yan's eyes flashed, and he continued to smile, Brother Lin, as long as you nod your head now, the palace will be your home from now on. You can come and go as you wish. After saying that, he turned to look at the eldest prince and shouted, What are you doing? Come and greet your future father-in-law. The eldest prince shuddered and quickly ran to Lin Cheng. He bowed and said, Your son-in-law pays his respects to father-in-law. The word father-in-law made Lin Cheng's heart waver. Qin Feiyang looked at Lin Yi. Her face was full of pleading. His eyes darkened, and he said to Lin Cheng, Please consider Yi's feelings. Lin Cheng hesitated. In the end, he looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled, I think that after Yi marries into the royal family, the eldest prince will definitely treat her well. As Yi's good friend, you should send your blessings, right? Bastard! Fatso was furious. Lu Hong's face was also filled with anger. Lin Yi slumped to the ground on the spot. Her tears fell like rain. But Qin Feiyang smiled. However, this smile was very bitter. He clearly knew that Lin Cheng was a vile person who only cared about profits, yet he still hoped that Lin Cheng would turn the situation around. How ironic. Serves you right. Lin Han laughed in a gloating manner. Although Lin Chang had gained a huge advantage, he could make Lin Chang disappear from Yen City as long as he paid a small price. At that time, as Lin Yi's adoptive father, he could still get benefits. The king of Yen also heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Chang agreed, even Qin Feiyang would have no reason to object to the wedding. He smiled. Brother Lin, please take a seat. Thank you, Prince of Yen. Lin Chang cupped his hands and walked towards the main seat with the King of Yen and the first prince, talking and laughing. The moment he sat on the main seat, his vanity exploded. He completely forgot himself and didn't look at Qin Feiyang again. The first prince walked to Lin Yi's side and smiled. Don't worry. I will treat you well. Get up quickly. It's too disgraceful in public. Lin Yi slowly got up and looked up at Qin Feiyang. Her eyes were full of despair. She turned back to her seat without saying a word. Qin Feiyang's heart couldn't help but feel a stab of pain. His hands were clenched tightly. Wolf King said sternly, Little Qin Zi, Brother Wolf will kill this scum. No need. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Luo Qingzhu said. Lin Chang nodded. This matter is a foregone conclusion. Don't make trouble. If you really can't stand it, go back first. A foregone conclusion. Qin Feiyang was silent. Ling Yunfei patted him on the shoulder and comforted, Qingzhu is right. You have done your best. I believe Lin Yi will not blame you. Fatso said, Bro, let's go. All of you, back off. Qin Feiyang suddenly said. His eyes were extremely sharp. Ling Yunfei and the others looked at each other helplessly and retreated to the side. Yan Nanshan and others also frowned and returned to their seats one after another. The first prince got up and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said angrily, What else do you want? Lin Chang was also displeased. Feiyang, uncle only knows that you care about Yi very much. But isn't it inappropriate to continue making trouble like this? Uncle? Qin Feiyang sneered, Don't call me so affectionately. I am not familiar with you. Lin Chang's expression stiffened, and he suddenly fell into an awkward situation. King Yen said, Qin Feiyang, if you still don't stop, I can only ask you to leave. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one. All of a sudden, he grabbed his shirt and tore it hard. With a poof, the shirt was torn, revealing a strong upper body. The King of Yen was enraged. He shouted, Qin Feiyang, do you know that what you are doing now is humiliating the royal family in public? Yan Nanshan and others also frowned. This move was indeed inappropriate. Quick, look at his chest. Why is there a white mark? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Mark? Everyone fixed their eyes on it. There was indeed a mark. The shape was like a door, exuding a hazy white brilliance. But what is this mark? Qin Feiyang tore his shirt. Did he want them to see this mark? No. This is not an ordinary mark. Could it be? Jiang Zhengyi suddenly got up and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Seeing Jiang Zhengyi's huge reaction, the others were also surprised. Yan Nanshan was also suspicious. All of a sudden, he seemed to have thought of something and stood up abruptly. His eyes shone with an aggressive light. I know. That is a potential mark. He enunciated each word with great difficulty. What? A potential mark. All the powerhouses and family masters stood up in unison. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. This lad had actually broken through the extreme martial artist realm and opened the first level of the Gate of Potential. Unbelievable. It was simply unbelievable. In a small place like the county of Yen, the extreme martial artist realm was only a legend. No one had ever broken through it. At this moment, the legend had become a reality and was standing right in front of them. One could imagine how strong the impact on their souls was. Even Ling Yunfei, Feng Ling Er, Luo Qingzhu, Fatso and the rest were dumbfounded. The extreme martial artist realm. They had not even thought about it. This lad was too heaven-defying. His talent in alchemy was already beyond their reach. Now, even his martial arts talent was so shocking. How were they supposed to live? How many more secrets was he hiding? Qin Feiyang's expression was very calm as he took out a jade box from his universe bag. Everyone looked at the jade box in unison. They were all wondering if the item in the jade box had something to do with him breaking through the extreme martial artist realm. Qin Feiyang opened the jade box. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted in all directions. It's elixirs. Everyone's eyes trembled. There were a total of 3 elixirs. They were blood red and the elixir patterns were glaring. Could these 3 elixirs be refined from those herbs? Steward Li mumbled to himself. White-eyed wolf, come with me. Qin Feiyang called out and turned to leave in big strides. Wolf King's eyes lit up and he quickly followed. They left? Everyone was stunned. However, the man and wolf did not leave. After walking for a distance, they stopped. Qin Feiyang turned to Yan Nanshan and cupped his fists. Temple Master, I'll leave it to you. He's really a man of his word. Yan Nanshan smiled bitterly. It seemed that this lad would not stop today if he did not ruin this wedding. However, he was really looking forward to seeing if Qin Feiyang could break through the extreme martial artist realm. No. It should be the extreme martial artist realm, the second level of the gate of potential. He landed in the middle of the square, 100 meters away from the man and wolf. Qin Feiyang took out a potential elixir and looked down at Wolf King with a smile. Are you ready? Wolf King drooled and said angrily, Nonsense, hurry up and give it to Brother Wolf. Qin Feiyang smiled and handed the potential elixir over. Wolf King rolled his tongue and swallowed it. Qin Feiyang also quickly swallowed a potential elixir. He closed the jade box and kept it in his universe bag. Roar! Immediately. Wolf King howled suddenly. The tendons and bones all over his body bulged and his eyes turned bloodshot. Qin Feiyang was the same. His teeth were bared and his facial features were distorted. The man and wolf felt as if countless steel needles were piercing into their bodies, causing them so much pain that they wished they were dead. Even the pores on their bodies were bleeding. In the blink of an eye, the man and wolf were drenched in blood. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and said, Temple Master, begin. Huff. Yan Nanshan exhaled and his expression became extremely serious. A terrifying aura rushed out of his body. It turned into a monstrous wave that drowned the man and wolf instantly. For the man and wolf, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. Roar! Wolf King howled in pain. Its colossal body was trembling madly. Bear with it. Qin Feiyang shouted. The pain this time was dozens or even hundreds of times more painful than when he broke through the extreme martial artist realm. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. Wolf King roared, Was it the same for your first time? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The first time, he also took the potential elixir. But the difference was, the potential elixir that Uncle Yuan gave him had a dragon-shaped core qi. According to the Elixir Sutra, elixirs that produced a dragon-shaped core qi far surpassed supreme-grade elixirs. It could be said that it was a divine elixir. The effects of divine elixirs and supreme-grade elixirs were naturally different. Therefore, he only experienced some pain back then and successfully broke through the extreme martial artist realm. As for the supreme-grade potential elixir that he refined, the Elixir Sutra recorded that it required the assistance of a very strong aura and the medicinal effect of the supreme-grade potential elixir. Only by digging out all aspects could one break through the extreme realm. The pain he faced was naturally incomparable to the first time. In fact, if his willpower was not firm enough, he would die on the spot. Wolf King was facing such a crisis now. It was too uncomfortable. In its heart, it could not help but have the urge to commit suicide. That way, it would be free. White-eyed wolf, hang in there even if you die. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Feiyang hurriedly used a telepathic voice transmission to shout at Wolf King. I can't, Brother Wolf can't hold on anymore. Wolf King muttered, his voice filled with weakness and powerlessness. Chapter 197. Oh no. Qin Feiyang panicked. He was able to hold on because he had experienced it once and was mentally prepared. However, Wolf King had never faced such pain before. He should not be so anxious. He should have let Wolf King watch him break through the martial master realm first. That way, Wolf King could be prepared in advance. Brother Wolf, have you forgotten how the wolves died? Don't you want to avenge them? Have you forgotten the oath we made back then? If you give up now, they won't be able to rest in peace, and they'll die with hatred in their hearts. Don't count on me. I won't avenge you. If you dare to die, I will let the Lin family live freely. Qin Feiyang roared telepathically. The Lin family, Wolf King murmured. The scene of what happened in Iron Ox Town surfaced in his mind. Yes. Brother Wolf hasn't destroyed the Lin family yet. How can I die? If I die now, little Qin Zi will look down on Brother Wolf. Brother Wolf, you have to work hard to survive. A strong desire to survive surged in its heart. Its consciousness quickly shook off the darkness. His large pupils were filled with a resolute light, and his fighting spirit was high. Roar! It roared angrily and took a step forward. What? Yan Nanshan was dumbfounded. How could he still move under his pressure? Jiang Zhengyi and the others were also dumbfounded. They could not believe it. When Wolf King took its third step, boom! A muffled rumble exploded within its body. Following that, streaks of dazzling white light burst forth from its forehead. If one were to remove its hair, they would be shocked to find that a door-shaped mark was quickly forming. That's right. It succeeded. At the same time, its aura suddenly skyrocketed. Under this terrifying pressure, it not only broke through the martial master realm, but also raised its cultivation to a higher level. Yan Nanshan waved his hand and released his battle aura. It swept up Wolf King and flew to the beautiful woman. Wolf King didn't even have the strength to stand up. He lay on the ground weakly. Ling Yunfei hurriedly ran over, took out a top-grade healing pill, and fed it to Wolf King. Then, he said excitedly, Brother Wolf, you've done it. You're now the second person in the entire county of Yen to break through the limits of a martial artist. Brother Wolf is a handsome wolf, don't be mistaken. Wolf King rolled his eyes at him, but he was also very excited. At this moment, everyone was also looking at Wolf King with fervent eyes. Wolf King, who had opened the door to his potential, had a limitless future. Boom! At this moment, another low rumble resounded in the square. Everyone looked over. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was covered in blood. However, the potential imprint on his chest was shining brightly. In the next instant, the white light suddenly turned black. Seeing this, Yan Nanshan was overjoyed and quickly withdrew his imposing manner. Qin Feiyang followed, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for air. Yan Nanshan landed beside Qin Feiyang, took out a healing pill, and fed it to Qin Feiyang. Thank you, Temple Master. Qin Feiyang said gratefully. As long as you've succeeded, it's better than anything else. Yan Nanshan laughed heartily. A 16-year-old boy had opened the second level of the potential imprint. When this news spread, not only the county of Yen, but also the other 17 counties would be stirred up by a huge storm. It would even shock the state capital. Ignoring the blood on Qin Feiyang, Yan Nanshan personally helped him to the chair. The potential imprint on his chest had turned black, giving off a mysterious feeling. All the big shots and patriarchs stared fixedly at Qin Feiyang. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism. I'll take them to wash up. Yan Nanshan came to the beautiful woman and said. Then, he took Qin Feiyang and Wolf King into the sky and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. This place was in an uproar. Everyone's face was full of disbelief. Ma Cheng and the other two slumped on the chair powerlessly at this moment. For the nether demonic flame, they actually forced away such a peerless genius? Why is this? Why were they so stupid in the beginning? Not to mention the value of this child, just the medicinal pill was enough to make the Danwang Hall's edge suppress any force. But they personally pushed this person into the arms of Martial Emperor Hall. At this moment, their intestines were green with regret. They wanted to shout, "Is there a regret pill in the world? Brother Feiyang, I'm so proud of you." Lin Yi whispered. There was finally color in her empty eyes. However, Lin Chang's eyes looked a little gloomy. He looked at King Yen and smiled, "Let's get the two children married while he's not here. Wait for him to come back," King Yen said without hesitation. Lin Chang's smile froze, and an uneasy premonition emerged in his heart. The eldest prince frowned, walked to King Yen, and sat down. He whispered, "Father, are you going to let me give up Lin Yi?" King Yen lowered his head and remained silent. About 100 breaths passed. Yen Nanshan returned with a man and a wolf. Qin Feiyang didn't talk nonsense. He took out the jade box, looked at King Yen, and said, "I will use this medicinal pill to exchange for Lin Yi. Think about it." After speaking, he put the jade box on the table next to Yen Nanshan. Everyone's heart shuddered. This was an irresistible temptation. Potential pill. The eldest prince's body also trembled. He looked up at the jade box, his eyes full of desire. King Yen pondered for a moment, looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked, "Why do you have to help Lin Yi? Do you really like her?" Everyone also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "I treat her as a sister." Lin Yi was originally very happy and looking forward to it. But when she heard this, she couldn't help but feel sad. King Yen shook his head and said, "You have sacrificed so much just to treat her as a sister. I really admire you." He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Finally, he made up his mind and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Okay, I will cancel their wedding. You can take Lin Yi away at any time." Lin Chang's gaze trembled. He hurriedly got up and looked at King Yen. "I have made up my mind," King Yen said expressionlessly. Lin Cheng slumped on the chair, his face pale. Qin Feiyang smiled. He strode to Lin Yi and said with a smile, "Girl, I have let you suffer." Lin Yi shook her head. Tears couldn't stop flowing. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand, wiped the tears on her cheeks, and smiled, "Let's go. Today is our birthday. We have to celebrate it." And Lin Yi nodded and asked, "What about my father?" Lin Cheng shuddered. He got up, grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand, and begged, "Feiyang, Uncle knows his mistake. Please forgive Uncle." Qin Feiyang shook him off indifferently. He looked at Fatso and others and said, "Take Yi away first." "Understood." Fatso smiled. "Let's go." Lu Hong stepped forward, pulled Lin Yi, and walked out of the square. Everyone consciously retreated to the side and opened up a path for him. After they left, Qin Feiyang turned to look at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng said anxiously, "Feiyang, I was just muddle-headed at that time. Don't blame Uncle, okay?" Qin Feiyang kicked him directly in the stomach. Plop. Lin Cheng lay on the ground on the spot, curling up in pain. "You should be glad that you are Yi's father. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to wail now. In the future, don't come to me again, and don't go to Yi again. Because you don't deserve to be her father." Qin Feiyang said indifferently, then turned and walked toward Yen Nanshan and others. Lin Cheng got up awkwardly and half-knelt on the ground. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, he roared, "People walk to higher places, and water flows to lower places. What did I do wrong? I know you clearly. You will never have the chance to make a meteoric rise in this life." Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at him contemptuously. He walked to Yen Nanshan and others and smiled, Temple Master, Elder Wan, Elder Ji, why don't we have a few drinks together? Sure. The three nodded without hesitation. What about us? Aren't you inviting us? Stewardly looked at him unhappily. Don't forget, I helped you just now. Jiang Zhengyi said coldly. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned and smiled bitterly. There are many things in Treasure Pavilion. I thought you were going back. Since you are not busy, then this junior sincerely invites the two seniors. Busy, they were definitely busy. But no matter how busy they were, they had to build a good relationship with this lad. At the very least, they had to find out the name of the elixir. King of Yen, we will take our leave. Jiang Zhengyi and Yen Nanshan stood up and cupped their hands to the King of Yen. Then, they left with Qin Feiyang and others. King of Yen, we will take our leave too. Ma Cheng and the other two soared into the sky and disappeared. The masters of the various families also led their men to bid farewell to the King of Yen. The crowd outside the square also dispersed quickly. After a while, only the King of Yen and the Lin family were left in the square. There were also two outsiders. One was Shin Chang and the other was Lin Chang. But no one cared about the two of them. Even the three giants of the Martial Imperial Hall did not look at Shin Chang before they left. The first prince ran over and carried the jade box to the King of Yen as if he had obtained a treasure. The King of Yen took it in his hands and his eyes lit up. The red-haired old man was also very eager. He cupped his hands and said, King of Yen, I am really sorry to have caused you so much trouble today. Lin Han and the noblewoman also hurriedly apologized. The King of Yen waved his hand and said with a smile, it's okay. As long as we can get this elixir, everything else is a small matter. Also, don't provoke Qin Feiyang in the future. Lin Han said, then wouldn't Bailey have died for nothing? Can't you just have another one? The King of Yen glared at him angrily and said, I will tell you clearly. In less than 3 days, the state capital will send someone here. Qin Feiyang's future achievements will be higher than yours and mine. State capital. Lin Han's body trembled. The red-haired old man also had a look of fear. I have said everything that needs to be said. You guys can think about what to do. After the King of Yen finished speaking, he soared into the sky and flew towards the palace. Seeing that the first prince was about to enter the palace, Shin Chang hurriedly chased after him and said, Your Highness, what should I do now? It has nothing to do with me. The first prince looked at him disdainfully and left without looking back. At the same time, Lin Chang also knelt in front of Lin Han and begged, Master, please pity me and help me, okay? Pity you? Lin Han directly slapped Lin Chang's face and said with a cold smile, Who do you think you are? Why should I pity you? After saying that, he kicked him again. The red-haired old man reached out and stopped him. He lowered his head and looked at Lin Chang. He said calmly, From now on, the branch of the Iron Bull town has nothing to do with the Lin family. You can fend for yourself. Whoosh. After saying that, the red-haired old man waved his hand and led the Lin family away. In this way, only Lin Chang and Shin Chang were left in the entire square.